Delegates, members, guests, could I ask you please be seated? You lost your seat, Justin. We'll just wait for Bronwyn. She's here. Morning, Bronwyn. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests all, my name is Stephen Barton, CEO of RSL WA, and it's my honour to be Master of Ceremonies for this morning. Welcome everyone, some housekeeping before the official commencement. The toilets are located in the foyer, the gents are the west wing, ladies on the east wing. In the case of emergency evacuation, the nearest exits are the stairways on either sides of the lift. Please take instructions from the friendly Anzac House staff who will direct you to the designated muster area, which is in the forecourt of the Perth Concert Hall. Should anyone become ill, let's hope not, RSL WA staff are trained in first aid, including defibrillators. All delegates are hopefully registered. For those that aren't, finish the registration at morning tea. Morning tea will be on level 6. A light lunch will be served on level 6, depending on where we go for the proceedings for the AGM. After which, we'll invite everyone to attend the bar on level 1, and Ibby from Rockingham will buy me a beer. Finally, I'll just ask you to please ensure you switch off your mobile phones or at least put them on silent. Now, I just ask you to rest in place for a couple of moments. Okay. I acknowledge that today we are gathered on the ancestral lands of the Whadjuk people, and we recognise their enduring connection through culture and custom to this special place. I'd ask you to please stand for the arrival of the Honourable Matt Keogh MP, Minister for Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel, accompanied by Mr Duncan Anderson, State President, RSL WA, and the Honourable Paul Papalia, CSC MLA, Minister for Defence Industries and Veterans. They will be led by a tri-service honour guard. Please be seated. This year marks the 110th anniversary of the Gallipoli landings, the 80th anniversary of the end of the Second World War, and the 75th anniversary of the commencement of the Korean War. These are significant and foundational events in the life of both our country and the League. It's appropriate that we pause this morning to commemorate the service and sacrifice of our forebears. In our commemoration, we recognise the paradox that we are all the poorer as a nation for those we have lost, but also the richer for the collective sacrifice that has underwritten the freedom, security and prosperity that we enjoy today. To mark this occasion, please stand. The State President will lay a wreath, and following the laying of the wreath, the ode will be read by the State President, Mr Duncan Anderson, followed by the last post and the rouse. And then please remain standing for the National Anthem of Australia.
son, and in the morning we will remember them. Lest we forget.
Please be seated. I think we all know what was supposed to happen then. The best laid plans of mice and men. To deliver the message of loyalty to His Majesty the King, I call upon RSL WA board member Mr. Roy Mellon.
To His Majesty King Charles III, King of Australia. It is an honour and a privilege for the Return Services League of Australia WA Branch Incorporated to assure the gracious Majesty as King of Australia of our high regards, continued loyalty and deep respect for his person, his crown and all the monarchy represents. It is our sincere hope that he will continue to be blessed with good health, spiritual grace and wise counsel, and that his reign will continue to be long and successful. May we also take this opportunity to convey our congratulations and request that our best wishes be passed to the members of the royal family.
Thank you, Roy. Will you now please join RSL WA board member Bernie Elderfield in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the League.
I, Bernie Elderfield, do hereby swear allegiance to the Commonwealth of Australia and its people, and do hereby subscribe to the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Australia and the Constitution of Returned and Services League of Australia.
Thank you, Bernie. Now, I would like to officially welcome today's special guests on behalf of the State President. The Honourable Matt Keogh, MP, Minister for Veterans Affairs. The Honourable Paul Papalia, CSC, MLA, Minister for Defence Industries and Veterans Issues. Mr Jonathan Huston, MLA, Shadow Minister for Veterans. Deputy Lord Mayor Bruce Reynolds. Phil Winter, AM, CSC, ADC, RSL Australia CEO. Lieutenant Colonel Cameron, representing Commander 13 Brigade. Members, trustees of the board, and last but certainly not least, welcome to our valued veterans, members and sub-branch delegates. Just a quick little housekeeping note, having done the official welcomes. In the back corner there is Peak Marketing, who have a series of RSL WA merchandise. Sub-branches can set up their own account. I just encourage you in the breaks to go chat to Jacinta. Having got that out of the way, it is my pleasure to invite Minister Keogh to address you and officially open the 2025 State Congress.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Stephen. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we're here on the traditional lands of the Whadjuk people of the Great Noongar Nation of southwestern Australia, on the banks of the Derbarl Yarragon here, and acknowledge their elders past and present, and also pay my respects to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who have served and continue to serve our nation with great distinction, and particularly any of those who join us here today. And of course, I acknowledge all current and former serving members of the Australian Defence Force who are with us, as well as their families that support them. I thank you all for your service. I want to acknowledge Duncan in particular for not only his leadership role here in Western Australia, but also at a national level, and for his frank engagement with me over the last 3 years in this role. I've truly appreciated that, and I acknowledge all of the dignitaries, including Minister Papalia, that are here today. And I, of course, acknowledge the delegates that are here from the Armidale RSL in particular. I would like to say, when I was appointed as the Minister for Veterans Affairs back in 2022, the very first public formal engagement that I undertook was this event in June, the RSL WA Congress. And I told you then, back in June 2022, about how we were committed to clearing the unacceptable backlog of claims that had mounted up in the Department of Veterans Affairs. And we've done that. We've invested in 640 odd additional claims processing staff who have now cleared that backlog and have sped up the processing of claims, even with more than ever coming through the door than we had. I also shared with you then our Veterans and Families Hub commitment to open even more hubs. Currently, we have 8 up and running across the country, including one here at Anzac House, with 8 more that are either open already in temporary sites, on the cusp of opening permanent sites, or in the final throes of contract negotiations. And of course, we've got another one coming here in Western Australia as well. We've invested $30 million in veteran housing and homelessness to make sure that those that have served our nation can not only more easily access a roof over their heads, but also the services and the supports that they need to get back on their feet. RAFA WA are one of the great recipients from that program, with $4.9 million for capital works and specialist support services to support the establishment of the Andrew Russell Veteran Living Centre here in Western Australia. This funding will support the construction of 16 purpose-built units in Cannington as part of a dedicated crisis and transitional accommodation support for veterans and families. Construction will be underway soon, and I look forward to seeing that facility up and running by mid-next year. We've delivered on our veteran employment program with grants to improve how educational institutions formally recognise veteran qualifications and their experience, and we've rolled out an advertising campaign explaining what veterans can offer to the civilian workforce. That has been more successful than we could have ever imagined. The digital video ads are reaching 3 times as many people as expected for the audience, and social media ads are reaching more than 6 times the expected audience, and that's before we've even wrapped up the program. It still has a few more weeks to run. We've also made sure that there are clear and more effective ways for businesses to promote and actually deliver their support for veteran employees with an updated veteran employment commitment. Now there are 3 tiers of that commitment that organisations can be recognised for how they support veterans, as well as providing materials and resources to support these businesses in employing and supporting their veterans. Now, the Royal Commission was well and truly underway when I addressed you last, and I told you that I was looking forward then to receiving the Royal Commission's interim report imminently. We've taken action on all 13 of the recommendations of that interim report. That includes clearing the backlog, improving the resourcing for DVA so that it's got the permanent staffing that it needs, and it is now the best funded and resourced that it has been in 3 decades. The mammoth task of simplifying and harmonising the veteran compensation system. We've pulled that off after extensive consultation effort around the country that included many of you here. The Vets Act has now passed the Parliament, and the new scheme that simplifies 3 different acts into one ongoing scheme will be up and running in the middle of next year. And that's only the beginning. At the end of last year, we received the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide's final report. We have accepted the overwhelming majority of those 122 recommendations, agreeing in principle to 104 of those recommendations and noting 17 recommendations for further consideration. That work is also now well and truly underway and will really shape the second term of this portfolio for me. We've established a Commonwealth-led implementation task force within the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet to advise us on the sequencing and the implementation of recommendations that draws on experience from across government and beyond. We've appointed an interim head of the new Defence and Veterans Service Commission. That's the independent oversight body that the Royal Commission asked for and what the commissioners themselves saw as their most important recommendation. We have legislated the establishment of the Commission, and it will commence its formal operations from September this year. Consultation is well underway on what a new agency focused on veteran wellbeing will look like as well, so that we can get advice on how to best shape that agency to support all our veterans and families. There's also consultation continuing with the ex-service organisation and veteran community on a national peak body for ESOs that was recommended by the Royal Commission, so to provide coordination with and advocacy for the sector to be improved. And on the defence side of the House, as the Minister for Defence Personnel, it has been a priority for the Chief of Defence Force in overseeing the reform program to improve defence culture, processes and policies. That's going to be particularly focused on addressing safety and sexual misconduct concerns for ADF members, as well as our broader defence and veteran mental health and wellbeing strategy. We've also been making ground on recruitment and retention in the Australian Defence Force, with the Australian Defence Force projected to enlist the highest number of personnel this financial year since 2009-10. So you could say we've got a bit on. I'm so honoured to continue this fundamentally important work in the second term of an Albanese Labor government. We've done a lot, but there is a lot more to do. I want to continue to work with all of you to ensure that we get the best outcomes for Australia's veteran community. And I want to thank you for what I've seen as being a really productive and engaging relationship to date. On that, I'd also like to acknowledge the work of your former CEO, Vince Connolly, who was excellent to work with over the last few years, and of course it's great to have Stephen in the helm now, but I wish Vince all the very best for his future endeavours. I want to see that Australians are attracted to serving our nation in our Australian Defence Force, and that they're confident that them and their families are being respected and well supported by their leadership, their mates and the Defence organisation, as well as being safe in the knowledge that whatever may befall them in service, they will be properly looked after and their service acknowledged and commemorated by a grateful nation. I am sure that you are all committed to this too, and I look forward to continuing to work with you on this vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I think being in Western Australia, Canberra can be a bit remote. So for us on the League, we greatly appreciate not only a Minister who is Western Australian, but who is so accessible to us. Thank you, Minister. I now call upon State President, Mr. Duncan Anderson, to address us all.
Minister, distinguished guests, members, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to State Congress for 2025. Today, I'd like to take a moment to reflect on our last 2 years. It is not often the leadership of RSL WA is able to collectively pause and consider the incredible achievements in an ever-increasingly complex world. Without stealing too much thunder of those who will also speak today, I will speak to RSL WA's impact nationally and here in Western Australia, covering some key achievements by the organisation and setting the scene for a where to from here. Before I go on, it's essential to outline some key strategic headwinds that we will need to collectively navigate. Excuse me. For those that have sailed, Navy folk, you cannot sail directly into the wind. You need to at best sail close to the wind. And this is hard, and it puts incredible pressure on equipment and people. You make slow progress in the direction, but you make progress. Alternatively, you can reach across the wind. While fun and even exhilarating, you do not make too much progress in the direction of the wind, or you can simply sail away from it. An option I suggest is not one we should consider, nor one that we will take. The strategic headwinds we must make progress against include the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide and the pressure for sustainability of this organisation in a system that continues to become more complex. For the purpose of this, my definition of the system includes the broader veteran and regulatory landscapes. RSL WA has contributed to the national fabric of the RSL and the national conversation impacting veterans. RSL WA maintains membership of the National Veterans Advisory Committee. This committee is charged with policy development on matters impacting veterans across Australia. The RSL WA contribution informs discussions at our very own Western Australian Veterans Advisory Committee. Similarly, issues raised at WAVAC can be, and have been, tabled for consideration at the national level. Adjacent to this has been the immense work undertaken in providing submissions to the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. While the lion's share was undertaken by RSL Australia, RSL WA actively and consistently contributed. It is worth noting that RSL WA is an active participant and contributor to the Media Advisory Committee. This committee works to develop consistency in messaging in the media across Australia. It is a challenging and dynamic task that demands both patience and dynamism. RSL WA representative also holds the seat for RSL Australia on the National Aged Care Alliance. While much is focused on younger veterans, a large number of veterans are impacted by changes in the aged care landscape. RSL WA is not losing sight of this. Indeed, the question regularly raised is, how are entitlements received by veterans through service treated in means test calculations when determining various eligibilities? This is a complex question that needs deep consideration. Additionally, at a national level, progress has been made in a more equitable distribution of benefits derived from the brand RSL, read RSL Art Union. Also, there is steady improvement in the level of collaboration between members and, critically, the understanding of the interrelationship between members and the board of RSL Australia. The input and leadership of RSL WA in these endeavours is understood and valued. Finally, RSL WA continues to strengthen relationships on both sides of the aisle and with the Department of Veterans Affairs. We are fortunate that the recently reappointed Federal Minister is a fellow West Australian, but we should not and do not take this for granted. It is our collective responsibility to respect our elected and appointed federal leaders. We must work together to bring harmony to the national veteran landscape. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Federal Minister for Veterans for his ongoing support and work. Closer to home and looking out, RSL WA continues to strengthen as part of the community in Western Australia. our service to veterans and families continue. Professional, fee-free advocacy is a centrepiece of these services. This small team delivers incredible results alongside our ever-expanding network of volunteers. A point worth dwelling on is 95% or thereabouts of clients supported by the RSL are not members of the RSL. It is amazing work being conducted, but it does raise a question about membership, one which we'll talk about later, no doubt. RSL Active continues to grow across Western Australia. The increasing diversity of programs attracts a younger cohort of veterans. This has been recently invested in with the support of funds dispersed from the RSL Art Union by RSL Queensland. This line of effort will continue to grow as awareness, interest and engagement increases. Further, RSL WA has secured a 3-year partnership arrangement with Hancock Iron Ore. This partnership locks in funds in exchange for promotion. While in its infancy, there is scope for these arrangements to be expanded, but not to a point where the brand or our reputation is impacted. Similar to Reflections at a federal level, RSL WA maintains deep and effective connections on both sides of the aisle and into the bureaucracy here in Western Australia. Recent commitments by the state government demonstrate continued commitment to veterans, and it is appropriate at this point to pause and thank Minister Papalia for his support and leadership here in Western Australia. Finally, when looking outwards in Western Australia, the key role played by the RSL WA in commemoration must be recognised. As stewards of Anzac Day, the RSL must never lose sight of our sacred duty. We must, at all costs, uphold the sanctity of commemoration. If we do not, then who will? We will continue to strive to ensure that commemorations are conducted to a standard fitting of the occasion. We should remain unapologetic as we undertake our sacred duty. Now to some reflections on our organisation. In some ways, this is the easiest, but also the most challenging to summarise. I've said before, it's already been said this morning, there is much to be done, but there is much more to do. Membership. For some reason, and for 2 reasons too numerous to mention, the membership system has faced its most challenging year since I've been involved with RSL WA. However, the executive team has worked incredibly hard to implement our new membership system. I'm confident that this will make an immense difference to the experience of our members, membership officers, and open RSL WA to new membership opportunities. As we work together in the implementation, we will take a significant step forward. IT. RSL WA as a whole successfully navigated an incredibly challenging IT situation. The whole of organisation challenge, a polite term for the zombie apocalypse of IT experiences, resulted in a complete rebuild of our IT system in stride. The impact of this period cannot be understated. Indeed, the staff of RSL WA are still working through problems that have arisen from this. Our sub-branches are still also feeling the impact of this period. A most uncomfortable experience for us all. However, the results of this is a more secure and integrated system that will continue to improve and provide greater capability for us all. Challenges with individuals and groups within the league continue. Our Code of Conduct outlines expectations of our members' behaviour. As this Code of Conduct continues to settle, we are methodically working through the key enablers such as the bylaws and policies. The State Tribunal has been reinforced by the creation of the Registrar, a position that supports the mechanics of the process. Updates to punishments that can be awarded at sub-branch and state level are currently under consideration by the Board. It is fitting at this point to welcome the newly appointed sub-branch president of the sub-branch formerly known as Nollamara. While the charter has been approved by the Board, the sub-branch is yet to finalise its name. And Arthur, I welcome you and look forward to whatever that might be. Notwithstanding, this sub-branch is up and running, and the veterans in that community will soon have their sub-branch back in full. So where to from here? The new membership system has now set the foundation from which we as a collective will look to increase our membership. With this foundation set, the 2 pillars of communication and value proposition can emerge. Together, this will form the structure on which the whole of organisation membership drive will be undertaken. With this approach, we are optimistic that we will not only increase membership, but also have high retention rates. There is no point in getting the sugar hit of new members if they do not continue to serve in the league. The new membership system also brings alive the option of reviewing how we vote for elected members. This could be a pure one member, one vote, or the delegate system we currently have, or a hybrid model. However, this is also worthy of discussion, and we can learn lessons from other jurisdictions, both good and bad. The Goldsworthy Centre, the hub mentioned by the Minister, in the Veterans and Families Hub in the southwest will soon open. This federal government hub in Western Australia is hopefully the first of more targeted investment in communities in WA with high percentages of veterans. You wouldn't expect us to ask for something if you were here. Importantly, RSL WA is seeking to maximise opportunities afforded by AUKUS and the Goldsworthy Centre down in Rockingham. At the board and organisation level, we'll continue our focus on improving our financial position. Anzac House remains a key pillar that, once finalised, will set conditions for medium-term financial objectives. Medium-term financial objectives will see a strategic shift in how we as an organisation generate revenue. With sufficient cash flow from Anzac House and our current strategic investments, RSL WA will be positioned to leverage our strong balance sheet. The result of this will be an organisation that is able to generate revenue sustainably for generations to come. Also, this will mark a step change in support that is able to be provided to sub-branches. This step change also heralds an increase in complexity of the governance of RSL WA. It is worth noting that, like many not-for-profits, many others remunerate directors when able, in recognition in the investment of time, personal liability accepted when undertaking these roles. The amounts are not individually significant, however, are representative of a maturation of a system. I feel this is a conversation that should be had in the coming years. We must continue to adapt our constitution. The role of State Congress is critical in this endeavour. Informed and considered changes should continue to be made to ensure our foundation document reflects the critical balance between the wishes of the members and the requirements of a contemporary best practice organisation. In drawing my comments to a close, I offer my reflections on the long-term plan for the RSL in Western Australia. I see a continued growth of services and support to veterans, with the second order effect of veterans joining RSL WA as members to continue to serve. Alongside this increase in services, I see a much greater capacity in the delivery of business outcomes. This includes financial sustainability, but also governance. These are just two areas. The long-term future of RSL WA is bright. It remains an immense privilege to be your State President and the Chair of the Board of RSL WA. I'd like to thank my board colleagues who have worked tirelessly throughout the year to address a multitude of challenges. To the CEO and his team here at RSL WA, thank you for all that you do. You are hardworking, committed and values-driven. We are truly fortunate to have you in our corner. To our stakeholders that have joined us here today, your ongoing support, guidance and commitment to veterans and their families continues to be warmly welcomed. Finally, and most importantly, to the delegates, members and veterans in attendance, my deepest appreciation for all you do. Your tireless efforts make our community, our state and our nation a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Duncan. I'll now invite our next guest to the lectern, Minister Papalia.
Good morning, everyone. Fear not, I won't be very long. And I am, though, very pleased to be here and address the annual Congress. Can I, at the outset, I'll just acknowledge my colleague Matt and also the newly elected and now shadow Veterans Minister for in the State Parliament, Jonathan Huston, who's effectively replaced my mate Pete Tinley, who's just retired at the last election as the Army's representative in State Parliament. Joining myself and Hugh Jones, the member for Darling Range, who is another Navy veteran, we still haven't been able to find an Air Force person worthy of being elected to the state parliament. You've got to vary the gag every year. Can I, for those of you who've heard me speak before, I make the observation at the outset that veterans is not core business for the state government. That is rightly the role of the federal government, and we view it as our duty to, wherever we can, assist and support the efforts of the federal government and the Department of Veterans Affairs in delivery of service and support to veterans, and also, of course, back in the RSL's duty to commemorate and keep alive the Anzac tradition and the reverence for that legacy that we've all inherited. So to that end, in the course of our government, we increased the Anzac Day Trust funding from fourfold, from $300,000 a year to $1.3 million, and we continue to deliver a lot of other funding beyond that particular dedicated source of funding. So some of the things we focus on, though, and Pete Tinley had done it when he was the minister, and I sought to do it in his wake, was focus on enhancing the use of that money, magnifying the impact of it, because it isn't a large amount, it's a reasonable amount, but it's not a huge amount. We want to do the best we can with that taxpayers' money in the service of veterans. And so we sought to aggregate the grants that we give, to have fewer of them, to bigger tasks over enduring periods of time. And we also, as a part of that, and to ensure that the effectiveness of the funds that we do dedicate to the task, we look to, where possible, have large ex-service organisations, the ones with the capacity, the leaders like RSL, partner up with other service providers in the event that a smaller body has a good idea or an innovation or a good task, a capability. Then we seek to use the larger body, and invariably in many cases it is the RSL, to provide us with assurance of probity and administrative support. So a couple of the things that, by way of an example, that we have funded, there's been more than $1.9 million over 4 years assigned to a partnership between RSL WA and Working Spirit to support our transition employment program here in WA, which Matt, as much as you talk about the national one, I think we preempted you, and I'm sure that in many respects we target a different task. So what we do is, it's like Seek for Veterans, and we partner veterans looking for settling in Western Australia, transitioning out of the service into civilian life, and their partners, their spouses. We partner them up with an employer in the private sector or public sector who wants to employ a veteran. And it's been very effective. Hundreds of people have taken advantage of it, and we're growing it all the time. Another one we've done is some $420,000 was dedicated to creating a certified psychiatric assistance dog training program in here in WA. Again, the RSL WA partnering with Kaizen Canine to deliver that task, and the first 4 dogs have been trained, and 3 of them have been matched with veterans. And I understand that we're having trouble extracting the 4th one because you guys here in Anzac House like having the dog here. Looks like we very shortly, hopefully, we'll partner that dog up with a veteran and get him to work. Can I say, beyond that 1.3, so those things come from the 1.3 million that we allocate every year, as do big commemorative efforts. So all of the people in this room probably would be aware that we've had some really significant memorials opened in recent years. They have all been recipients, the people delivering those commemorative projects have been recipients of significant funding from the Anzac Day Trust. The HMAS Perth Memorial, the Battle of Crete Memorial and the Korean War Memorial, all of those brilliant, beautiful commemorative sites. Actually, most of their funding was the first bit of funding they received, or one of the first bits of funding they received came from the Anzac Day Trust, which has been a great thing, and we'll continue to do that. Large, nationally significant commemorative purposes will be funded from that trust. Beyond that, we do a significant amount of money annually that isn't necessarily part of that dedicated fund. At the election, we committed to $4 million for a 2-year program for I call it the RSL Halls Fund, but it's not that. It's any Veterans Facilities Fund, and grants for that money will be in this budget that's being delivered in a couple of weeks' time, and there will be grants applications be able to be made to get money to assist you in upgrades or refurbishment and repair of facilities around the state. Over 2 years, $4 million. Another one, we added another $240,000 to the dogs program, so we're going to be funding another 8 dogs or so in that program being delivered by RSL and Kaizen Canine. And finally, I'd say we also matched that $5 million, so Matt omitted that in his recognition of the $5 million that I'm very grateful that the federal government committed to the Andrew Russell Veteran Living Program. We at the state level via the Lottery West had also committed $5 million, so that is why we're getting it next year, and it's a fantastic initiative. But we'll keep doing that sort of thing. We have the significant amount of funds dedicated to the Anzac Day Trust, but we'll also keep backing in RSL and all of you in supporting veterans and commemorating the Anzacs, and that's that legacy that we should. To that end, I think it's over. When I started the minister as this role about 4 years ago, it was about $1 million a year for Anzac Day. Goes to RSL, distributed across the state. It's now more than $1.9 million. So Duncan was right when he said he's going to keep fighting for better commemorative funding and support. That's a good thing. I'd just like to conclude by thanking you all for what you do on a daily basis. Ultimately, you're all, thank you for your service, but all of you now, what you do is focus, by being in this room, by being in your sub-branches around the state, you focus on the well-being of veterans, those who've gone in harm's way on our behalf, and that is a noble cause, and I thank you very much for what you do.
Thank you, Minister. The great joy of veterans is that it's a bipartisan area, but it's probably a statement of fact that the level of support that we've got from this state government is unprecedented. And so, Minister, to you and your office, Brian, sitting there quietly, we greatly appreciate all your support. And we also welcome a new Army member to Parliament, Jonathan, more significantly, Australian Intelligence Corps. It's good to have 2 of us in the room. Okay, I'm going to invite State President to come forward with Minister Keogh for a special presentation this morning.
We're deviating from the run sheet, just noting time, and we committed to for the Minister to leave. So for Rochelle up the back, my sincere apologies. What I would like to do is to invite Eugene forward from the Queriting sub-branch to receive the 100-year certificate, please, for 100 years of service of the Queriting sub-branch, and the certificate is somewhere in the room. But needless to say, 100 years of service is significant. Across Australia, this doesn't happen often, and to have a country town such as Queriting come down for today, and the CEO terrified of pronouncing Queriting, so that's why I'm here doing it. So on behalf of RSL WA and RSL Australia, mate, congratulations and thank you very much. I'd now like to invite Minister Keogh and Minister Papalia to join me on the stage. We'll do something a little bit different today. It's not often that we have both levels of the jurisdiction known as government here to talk through veterans' issues. What I've latest brainchild or good ideas fairy dust was to hold a panel discussion for about 15 or 20 minutes with the two ministers with questions from the floor. So I invite your questions. As I said in my address, let's be respectful of our elected members, but let's try and tease out how this system is best supported for us at the federal and state level and here in RSL WA. Gentlemen, I'll kick off. The first question is, I'm fascinated to understand how this notion of a peak body is going to impact work at both the state and the federal level. I understand what we want it to do, but I'm probably curious as to what you would like it to do from your various perspectives.
So for those who aren't aware, the Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide recommended the establishment of a national peak body for ex-service organisations. And I guess to your... and so I should say a lot of work has actually gone into the background of that even before the Royal Commission concluded its work. The Department of Veterans Affairs funded a consultant to do some work around what various elements of a peak body might look like or things that need to be considered, and to do some consultation work across the sector. And RSL at a national level it had also, in parallel to the Royal Commission's work, been holding a number of forums. I think they did 3 national forums with a broad cross-section of ex-service organisations around the country, trying to tease out, I guess, what an ex-service organisation peak body might look like and what it might do. I sort of come to this from the point of view that many sectors and industries have a national peak body, and some of those have been established by government, usually because that body has performed some sort of regulatory function and there may be legislation that sits behind that. Some of them have been much more organic. In terms of what a national peak body can or could do, I think it has certainly would have the capacity or the opportunity to be able to bring together and synthesise a broad cross-section of views of what is a very large and disparate community, to be able to provide those views and expertise on behalf of the veteran community to government, whether that is the federal government or also to state governments. And I think that's really what the Royal Commission was trying to achieve, was an opportunity, a fora that would enable that broad cross-section. If you think, we've already seen a bit of it today, there's some divergence of views about the primacy of Navy, Army and Air Force.
There's no divergence of views.
But also the differences of needs, wants and desires of Second World War, Korean, Vietnam War, more contemporary veterans, how we support and engage with female veterans, called veterans, other diverse areas, those very small specific areas like aviators in Army or aviators in Navy. All of that cross-section, all of that colour and fun that is the veterans community, how does that get all pulled in and represented to government? What does that look like? My view is that's up to you. That's a process that we are facilitating and that we have funded as a government the Department of Veterans Affairs to undertake with the ex-service community, and consultation and engagement and co-designing that is occurring. But it's really up to the veteran community. There's one thing that I guess is my key concern, but also a key need is, from my point of view, is this. If whatever is established is not owned by the veteran community, and I don't mean that in a sense of I own the table, it's my property. I mean that there is a sense of ownership, connection, and that it properly represents the veteran community and all the different elements in it, and that there's a degree of confidence in whatever the governance model that is adopted, that and internal consultative processes and engagement with each of those ex-service organisations, whether they're large and national or small and regional. then the body won't work. And then it won't be able to provide that service to government in terms of providing advice and consultation, but it won't be properly representing the veteran community. And so the onus, though, for that is actually on the veteran community. So we can facilitate, we can fund, we can engage, we can try and corral to some degree. We've recently had out in Australia, we brought him across, Nick, who runs a similar organisation in Canada and was involved in a similar organisation in the UK to sort of share his knowledge and experience, and to not just with us, but to share it with the ex-service organisations around Australia. And that's been a really useful process to look at the learnings from those other jurisdictions. We can do all of those things, but ultimately, unless there's buy-in and ownership and support from the ex-service community, it won't work. So the opportunity to be able to take up that opportunity of the recommendation really sits with the veteran community.
How do you think, if at all, the changes at a federal level, Minister Papalia, will impact what the government here in Western Australia is doing?
With respect to this body,
with
in
respect to
particular.
this body.
Yeah, okay. Look, I was going to say the observation I'd make about it is, I'm not certain about what its role is going to be. It's interesting to see that in the other places around the world where they have a version of that type of body, they probably don't have what we have here in Western Australia, and certainly in recent times. I think even in other parts of the country, in other jurisdictions, they don't necessarily have the collaborative approach that our ex-service organisations led by the RSL and Legacy primarily in WA have achieved. So it'll be interesting to see. I'll look. We'll work with whatever is created and see them as another collaborator or partner. But the observation I'd make is in Western Australia, and this is the thing about the Royal Commission's findings and their experience. They noted it, they acknowledged it. Here in WA, it's different than other jurisdictions. We have had a very collaborative approach to ex-service representation. I think it's the benchmark, it's the gold standard, and they don't necessarily have that in other jurisdictions on the East Coast, so maybe they saw the need for something like this to bring people together. I don't know, we'll be supportive and look forward to seeing what it looks like. But what I would hope is it doesn't become something that's dominated by the centre of gravity of population, which is on the other side of the country.
Yeah, I mean, it's WA wait a while, so I think we'll just sit back and wait and see what our friends on the East Coast do. Probably invite, if anyone, there's a couple of microphones getting around, so if there's some questions from the floor, just stick your hand up, we'll get the microphone there and feel free. Mr. Burridge. I don't think you'll need a microphone, mate. Andrew's chasing you around the room, Blue.
My question really is a combination of a question and an observation to Minister Matt. I'm one of these people who are getting sick and tired of reading in the paper that Defence is having a terrible time recruiting. So I'd like to tell you a little story. 6:30 in the morning, I have a coffee in Ashton Avenue. There's a young barista behind the counter, cracking young bloke, really good, footballer, all that sort of thing. So he says to me a little while ago, he says, I'm going in for my interview. The only mistake he's ever made in his life, for the Navy. But he's a beauty. Everyone here knows when they've seen a good one. Footballer, all the rest of it. And I said, when did you put your application in? Oh, he said, 6 months ago. So he's passed his thing, and he doesn't go in until the end of the year. So he's now on a trip to Europe. Now, as I see it in those sorts of situations, there's a danger of cracking young blokes like that suddenly being offered a good job on the mines at good money and saying, to hell with joining the Defence Force. It's absolutely outrageous. And my suggestion, well, if I was Minister, I would sack this civilian recruiting mob, throw them out, put all the old crusties in their twilight years in the Defence Force, who have probably got a good appreciation of what's required of a young person joining the military, and have them get on with recruiting and have them in the system within the month. That's all I've got to say.
Okay, so when we came into power, look, this has been one of my key priorities as the Minister for Defence Personnel. When we came into power, the average time for recruitment was over a year. We have steadily brought that down. We engaged there was a new private organisation that we're in partnership that's come in. I think it's important to recognise, and I've been pretty critical about their starting of the work that they did publicly. They haven't delivered in the pace that that we sought, but things have been improving, and particularly of late. One of the key things, the difficulties, has actually been it's not so much there are military people engaged. They're the ones who do the interviews. They're the ones who do the selections. They're the ones who seek exemptions for things where people don't quite meet certain criteria. That's all done by military personnel. The contractor really engages in what you might call the call centre facility and the bookings and everything else, as well as the advertising and so forth. Where we've really had the deficiency has been bringing about the efficiency in booking people in for their medical appointments and their psych assessments. And we've made a big improvement of that in the last few months of last year, and there's still more to go, but it has made a big turnaround in the time that it's taking to get people through the system. The other thing is just getting a bit more fidelity around where some of these delays are. So one of the things that sometimes will give people the false sense that it takes a long time to come through the process is that if you want to join the Defence Force as an officer, you can only commence that training at the beginning of the year and the middle of the year, if you're going to ADFA. So if you and a lot of the people who are doing that are actually in year 12, and they start going through that process at the beginning of the year, calendar year of year 12, but they're not going to commence until February of the following year, but they sit in the system as a number, taking a whole year before they enlist, because of the nature of recruitment to a university when you're in year 12. And there's a few other instances of that. The other thing is the quicker we move people through the system, and we do want to get people through it, we need to adjust the training regime that sits behind it. I am of the same view that we always run this risk. The longer it takes to get someone through that system, the more likely it is we lose them from the system overall. And they never end up enlisting. The difficulty is also getting them enlisted and then just having them sit for 3 months in a holding unit doing nothing is almost as destructive, and so we've got to make sure that the training regime fits that, so that they're not just sitting there doing nothing, and there's a lot of work going on to make sure that that fits as well. So what's really good is our retention rates are the highest they've been in a decade. We're not losing people like we were back only 3 or 4 years ago. That's really good. We're also seeing more people than ever before, or in a very long time, putting in applications seeking to... Obviously, it's a funnel. Not everyone who wants to join can join. But we've got to make that system work faster so more of them stay in the system through to enlistment, making that work more efficiently. But we've also been doing a lot of work to make sure that more of them can come through that system. The modern 21st century Defence Force is not what it was in the 20th century, and we shouldn't be applying a 20th century lens to certain requirements that make sense if you're going to be out on the front line, but don't make sense if you're going to be doing cyber operations from a basement in Canberra, and making sure that we've got fit-for-purpose testing and requirements, and also that we're looking at individuals and saying, actually, we can deal with that, that's fine, as opposed to just knocking people out with no assessment of the individual because they had some condition or some issue when they were a teenager. and then just knocking them straight out without proper consideration. So we're able to bring more people through the system now because we're doing that smarter. So there's still a way to go. Trust me, I watch this like a hawk. But I think the system has definitely made a lot of improvement, especially around the last 6 months. 6 months to a year.
Can I say, Matt, something with respect to the recruiting, acknowledging all of the things you said, particularly about like the officers once a year being the only opportunity. I got to say, because I had a son in the Pilbara Regiment as a patrolman, right? And it took him more than a year. Army in particular, Army Reserve even more specifically, I think we should go back to direct recruiting to the unit and enable them to go out there, identify people and attract them, and even potentially in Western Australia we should have more training happening here. You know, the basic training, they go to Kapuka and you know, there's only so many courses that they can access, and that in itself impacts time to delivery, time to entry. If they get into their unit, if they can be recruited like we did, and bearing in mind this is, you're talking about mostly infantry reserve units in Western Australia, if we can get them in there quickly, that's the thing that they then start experiencing it, the camaraderie, the experience of direct participation in military life as soon as you possibly can. That will attract and retain people, and we won't lose. Like John's saying is true. I mean, we'll lose a guy if he's going to go on an overseas trip for a year, and he comes back, and you know, mum and dad would have found him something in. It's Western Australia. There's so many jobs. We've just got to try and tighten it up. But I think particularly for the Army, and particularly for Army Reserve.
I'll give you the tip. I've got no problem in finding people to go in the infantry. That's not my problem.
Well, having said that, they're still understaffed, under personnel. So the units themselves, I'm talking about Army Reserve, which I agree they shouldn't be. You shouldn't have trouble, but the units are understaffed. It's not a criticism. I'm just saying if what you're doing, if you like, if we apply the same thing to every service, it won't necessarily be effective. Yeah.
Just before we bounce to the next question, the RSL Australia Defence and National Security Committee has looked at this, will continue to look at this, and I think respectfully hold different views and just work to find better ways to fix a problem, because Blue's absolutely spot on, as always. Question up the back, please.
Hello, I'm from the Pingelly area, and I was just asking a question. Has there been consideration to implementing machine learning or automated systems to streamline DVA processes? I'm still waiting on transport reimbursements from April. Yep. And there's another veteran-led business who runs a charter vehicle in our area, and he's still waiting to get access as a DVA-approved transport. Automating a lot of these administrative would, you know, free up actual staff for complex veteran needs.
Yeah. So a couple of things there. Very specifically to like those transport claims, a conversation I was actually having with the Secretary only a couple of months ago was around how can we automate even needing to make that claim. So in circumstances where you're clearly travelling to, you haven't claimed for a taxi voucher and you've had to travel to the provider, and you've obviously made the claim through the medical provider, we can just reimburse you. We should just be able to reimburse you the transport. Certainly I think there's an opportunity to streamline that whole process, and we're looking at that. There's also some modernisation happening to the entire transport system as part of our move to harmonising into one scheme from 1 July next year. In terms of the machine learning or use of AI, we are already trialling internally the use of AI to assist our delegates in processing information and processing claims. Not using identified data, but being able to get through the claims processing system quicker. And we're also rolling out, actually to assist the veteran community at large, an AI search engine on the public-facing website that'll happen soon. Public trialling will happen to that soon, which will enable veterans to ask a question and get an answer to that instead of if you use the search capacity on the website now, it'll it is not very good at determining relevance. I think everyone would agree. I had a look at it last week, and it certainly gives you a much more useful set of answers to be able to go to whatever the next step is or find the information that you need. The next step on that would be applying it to Click, for those of you who are familiar with Click in the advocacy space, which then allows you to take that power of an AI over what is some pretty complex technical information to get to the heart of what you need to do. So we are absolutely looking at how we can use it to assist delegates within the department process claims much more quickly, being able to provide better answers publicly to the veteran community, and looking at how we can streamline particularly that transport processing of that form when nearly all of it is related to something you've already had to somehow put in a claim for anyway. It seems a bit silly. Yeah.
One more very quick one. Everyone's getting into it now, and unfortunately we made a commitment to the Minister to have him out of here by 10 o'clock because he has many different things and we're currently late, so let's be brief. Thank you.
I'll be brief. Thank you. Simon Smith, Chaplain for City of Perth and North Beach sub-branches. Not only asking for a friend, but many of the veterans that I engage with in my role within RSL. DVA, you talk about the numbers being increased to clear a backlog. To me, that just speaks of just administrative pushing paperwork through to get numbers down. What are you actually able to commit to in terms of the staff that are there having some kind of contextual understanding of the dynamic and fluid activities that a service personnel undertake, so they have a better understanding of the situation, the environment that the veteran worked in, which caused or contributed to ongoing disease, illness or injury?
So a couple of things. Pushing paper through a system is literally what we call claims processing. Like that's how you process a claim, is assess paper and get it through. So that's the core task and really important. And getting through that backlog, but keeping it down, making sure all claims are being processed quickly, is incredibly important. And if you look at new claims processing, they are happening much quicker. And we've got a Tiger team operating at the moment on all the claims that are over 800 days, sitting in the client system for over 800 days, because there's some that were in that backlog that are working through, and we're hoping to have that cleared in coming weeks, so that we're really trying to bite that down on any of these outstanding claims. In terms of the personnel within DVA's appreciation of the veteran experience, a couple of things. By not just increasing the number of staff, but making sure that those new staff, and indeed the existing staff in the Department of Veterans Affairs, were not labour hire, but are permanent public servants, giving them job security and longevity, means that we're not churning them, and they're building that experience and knowledge from doing the job. That's not to be taken lightly. That's actually quite important, and it's why we've been able to see that drive and efficiency of the work being done. And we've almost really, over the last 3 years, we've almost doubled the number of claims an individual person in DVA processes, because they've got more, because they're permanent and they stay in the job and they learn how to do the job better and they're processing them better. But also, DVA is one of the highest proportional employers in the public sector of veterans. A lot of the people that are processing those claims are themselves veterans, or are the partner of a veteran, or the child of a veteran, or the parent of a veteran. And so they do, from their own personal lived experience, have a great understanding of that. But in addition to that, we do have a program that runs through the department, giving people exposure and experience, and running base visits and taking people out to build that experience of what is involved and what it's like, so they have a better sense of it and are able to better relate to the veteran community they're serving. Now, across a large workforce, which in Commonwealth Public Service terms, the DVA is a large workforce, that takes time, but it is there. And I know, and I say this when I go out to meet with the staff in the various offices around the country, not only should we be treating people well in doing what we do, because they're your fellow human, I very much understand and want the staff to understand, and I know they do understand, that for many veterans, their only real engagement with government is through DVA, and they relate the way that we relate to them as not as a reflection of what they feel, how the government respects their service. And therefore it's even more important that we acknowledge that and that we give people a good experience and a respectful experience. And my sense is that that is permeating better, the feedback I get, but there are always going to be exceptions to that, and we always need to be mindful and on top of that. But certainly, the DVA staff, when you go and meet them around the country, an incredibly passionate group of people, and a lot of them have a real deep personal connection to the work that they do, and that is really front of mind for what they do. And we're always having to improve our training and make sure that we're doing things better for people, but I think we've moved a long way in the last 3 years too.
I just want to make an observation. 3 years ago, the backlog was the problem, and we should all be very careful. Don't dismiss improvements and better resourcing, significantly better resourcing when it's achieved. There was a campaign to get DVA far better resourced, improve the number of people there, and get rid of that backlog. They did that, and that's a good thing. Ultimately, you can always improve, you can always do more and do better, and not every veteran's going to get every one of their applications approved. But I think we should pause and acknowledge how much has been achieved in a short period of time, because when that Royal Commission started, that was one of the big focus. The point was that there were thousands of people still waiting to be even considered, let alone get an outcome.
Can I just add one more thing on that as well? Acknowledge Peter King over there smiling. Thank you, Peter, for all of your work in WA, and I think there's something about that later today. But one of the great things that Peter led, and is being led by the WA office, has been getting delegates from DVA to go and sit out with advocates. So that the delegates, now obviously that delegate then doesn't process that claim because that would be wrong, but it means that delegates sitting out with advocates, meeting with veterans, are seeing what it's like for an advocate to engage with that veteran. And sometimes the difficulties that the advocate has with engaging with that veteran, but also it gives the delegate, the staff member in DVA, a much greater appreciation of the whole of the life cycle of that claim and that individual and that experience and that engagement. That's really great for training our people, but what it's also doing, and the real reason we're doing that, is it's about giving that expertise of someone who's processing claims in DVA, sitting with an advocate about, well, let's make sure we get this information and we'll need this report and this should be sufficient to get this thing done. So it's upskilling the advocates, it's upskilling the delegates. We started that program here in Perth, and it has gone so well that I've now got ESOs around the country clamouring to get us to roll that out as a national program, and we're keen to look at how we can do that. So, again, another way in which we're leading the country here and making sure that the staff in DVA have that real-world experience of what it's like for a veteran.
I think the concern will always be there, and I think that's the heart of your question, is the concern will always be there. So if there's ever an opportunity for us to work and to trial things here in WA as we've done before, the RSL is very, very keen to be involved in that. I've been given the nod for one more question, so Mr. Curtis. No, Arthur?
Good morning. My name's Arthur. I'm a 20-year advocate. I've got 20 years, and I'll be leaving at the end of this year. The simple reason being is that I don't believe this new legislation that's coming in looks after veterans properly. I think you'll find a big divide. On the 1st of July next year, you are going to have a heap, and I'm talking thousands of applications to go from DERCA, VA, across the new MERCA. One of the easiest things you could do about it is Section 24(1)(c) of the Veterans Entitlement, we all know as the alone rule. Right? Get rid of it and change it to all accepted conditions, because you've got veterans out there under the VA whose only disabilities they got was in the military, yet they're excluded from the above general rate because they may have a claim under DERCA, which is unfair. And 1st of July next year, you're going to have thousands of DERCA claims, applicants wanting to change the new MERCA on steroids, as I call it. And I need to know what you're going to do about this influx of people, and why can't you change the VA? Thank you.
Never one to shy away from detail, are you, Arthur?
No.
We're not changing the VA because we're moving to one scheme, which is the enhanced MERCA. So we're not touched in the VEA. We're keeping that. We're moving, instead of trying to do all of these different fixes across all 3 different schemes, we're moving to one scheme. We're making enhancements to that scheme. Completely agree we're going to have a flood of claims from the 1st of July. I wouldn't be surprised if I get a flood of claims between about the 15th and the 29th of June as well, of people who decide that for whatever reason they want to make sure they get their claim locked in under the existing scheme that they're already under. Fine for them if that's what they want to do. And completely accept that we're going to get a flood of claims. You know, there's a threshold criteria people need to meet as well. It's not just about putting in a claim under MERCA. You've got to have a material change in your circumstance or a new condition. But we always anticipated that will be what will happen, and that's one of the reasons what you've articulated, that we'll likely have that outcome, and we're comfortable with that. But we don't want that to be the reason we're doing it the way we're doing it, is it keeps people in one scheme as opposed to making a change back in the VEA that then drives a different behaviour, and keeping people in a scheme that's got a whole range of other differences. We're moving to one scheme. This helps people move to one scheme.
I think the as we draw this to a close, one of the great parts of the new Act is the willingness to review, and I think there will always be the opportunity to do that, Arthur. We'll continue to work through RSL Australia, and as part of the work we're doing nationally, to try and come with a consistent view to government to say, well, this is what we think it is. But I don't think I could imagine the balance of pressures in that system to try and get it right, to keep essentially 80 years worth of veterans and all the different schemes done. But incredibly complex, and if we sat back and admired the problem, we'd be here in 10 years talking about it. So any action, I think, is good action, but the key part is just keeping that aspect and willingness to review, and that's something we welcome. With that, I really appreciate people's engagement. A little bit different for the start of Congress, but again, we don't often get an opportunity to have leaders at both jurisdictional levels here to get their perspectives. So, gentlemen, thank you very much. To Minister Keogh, enjoy the rest of your day. Apologies you're late. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Duncan. I think Paul got off lightly, just saying.
Thank you, Ministers. Our next speaker is from RSL Australia. We're delighted to have CEO Phil Winter, AM, CSC, join us today for a brief overview of RSL Australia.
Well, good morning, everybody. First, let me say what a delight it is to come over to Perth. This is my 4th attendance at the RSL WA Congress. I've been in the role now just under 5 years, and it's always a great thing to come over and see the willingness and support we get from all of you. So I guess my main message, if on behalf of the National President, Greg Mellick, who can't be with us today, is to say a big and sincere thank you for all the volunteers and all the hard work that's done here in Western Australia. And I do honestly say that, having the opportunity to go to all the state congresses, WA is really one of the great models of the nation in terms of the league's output. So I say that with sincerity. I guess we look back at 109 years. 109 years the league has been in existence, and we are, as Duncan mentioned, that word fabric of the nation. We are essential in many ways, representing veterans and families, but also we represent so many other things across our nation. I guess we see that play out on Anzac Day and elsewhere, where that spirit of the nation is importantly supported by the RSL. We have 149,000 service members across the nation, spread over 1,095 sub-branches. So when you think about all of that across our nation, that doesn't, of course, include our affiliates and many other supporters in the league around there. So 150,000 odd people directly involved in those sub-branches. I wanted to look to say a few words today about our role going forward too. We've talked about the ageing demographic of our nation, our veterans. You know, it's our core role since day one has to be supporting our veterans and families. But I think we turn an eye to, in the current geopolitical scenario we're faced with national security issues, of looking after our current serving members amidst that strategic outlook. Whenever I fly across the WA that long distance, I came down from Darwin actually a couple of days ago, and those big distances remind us of how big our nation is, how big WA is, its maritime borders, and how important it is to think about looking after our nation. So I do say that at the national level, your input from WA is important to all those points I mentioned. While talking about national input, can I actually thank Duncan, your WA president, because he fills some other caps that maybe you're not aware of. He's the Deputy National President. He's a board director of RSL Australia, and that board, of course, synthesises so much of the material from the various state congresses and other issues. So it's a busy board, and it's not without a lot of time pressures on Duncan amidst many other roles he has. So can I thank Duncan, but also to the RSL WA board, to the staff, and to all of you. It's been mentioned a number of times as underpinning our National League is a range of committees that are busy developing policies and guidelines. And the National Veterans Affairs Committee was mentioned. That's the engine room, if you like, of our policy work to develop an advocacy position. Our Media and Communications Group, that's again daily churning out material here in WA, but right around the nation. A National Commemorations Team guiding our work, not just for Anzac Day, but the many other commemorations that occur across the nation. And most recently, the Defence and National Security Committee. And I think you'll pick up today in my words that there's a slight change in our message from the RSL. We've always, of course, been for 109 years looking after veterans and their families and interests, but we're also turning our mind a little more to that void in the national security dialogue about where our nation's headed, what capabilities and so on are needed for our current serving members to make sure they're well positioned. Should the worst happen, we have to need their support. Now, all these things I'm going to touch on in a moment, but I can ask you another thing this morning. If you're not already monitoring on social media, various platforms, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, we churn stuff out every day at the national level, and also our website is worth a look at. It's a busy website that's grown, particularly in my time in the 4 years, at least an hour or two a day churning that material out around the nation, and we've got really good followership. So I know you've got that at state level, but please do have a look at that nationally as well. I want to reflect back too on the last 12 months since I was last here. It's been a busy time. We've had the election. And again, I think you'll have seen the League play a big part in pushing forward the views of veterans during the election process, but also the outcomes from the Royal Commission. And for example, even just in May alone, I think we've done 5 submissions up to government level. We've done submissions on the peak body that was mentioned, and I think that's going to be a very difficult topic to get over the line, but we'll see where that lands. But we're in the thick of that. We ran 3 forums, for example, a few years ago to look at what a peak body might do, and we're now well engaged in that process as we culminate to where that's going to land. We've had other significant submissions in just the last few weeks on aged care worker reform and registration systems, so veterans are represented. Military superannuation and pension schemes, claims advocacy has been mentioned a number of times, and Schedule 9 of the Veterans Act just this last few weeks. So these are things that are churned out, month by month. But back to that, also what we did over the election period I thought was worthy of reflection today. We saw the veterans' voice being distilled by the RSL into 5 key messages. And those 5 were a commitment from government to implement fully, as best they can, the implementations of the Royal Commission. Secondly, improve access to quality, fee-free advocacy for veterans. Thirdly, improve access to healthcare for veterans and families, not a surprise. Really important, we've been fighting hard for a sustained investment and keeping that going in DVA, and you heard that play out well and truly in that last conversation, that we got through that backlog process, but as with all things, there was talk about cuts to the public service during the election. We fought very hard for the veteran to say we must sustain that investment now in DVA, now that we've got things a lot faster. And the 5th one I wanted to touch on in our election asks was this defence capability issue, a balanced force. You might pick up in the language Defence uses now that they're a focused force. What does that mean? we asked for a balanced force. We want something that covers many contingencies. No one can actually predict the future fully, so a good balance to our forces, and I'll touch on that in a moment. What I liked about our work nationally during the election was that all political parties responded either in writing or making videos, and some of you will have seen that on our website. They took the RSL seriously. They took us right down to the wire on all those points, to the extent that even now, as the new government's in place at federal level, the national president's been invited to see the Prime Minister, to see the Minister himself. I'll be at the ESORT on Tuesday that the Minister will chair. So we're well and truly in the game in terms of issues where we need an RSL voice for government. Apologies for my voice. I wanted to just quickly touch on a few other things the RSL is doing across the league at a national level. You might have heard of the Middle East Area of Operations Scoping Study. We looked hard at this at the board level and said, looking back on the Vietnam experience where it took 20 years to really analyse the needs of the veterans and their families, we'd have a crack at this early. So we've invested something like $500,000 into a scoping study that will be complete by October, doing a literature review of the Five Eyes, of all other studies of that cohort, the last 20 years, basically, of any operation, and added that to a few workshops around the nation. I think the Perth workshop's due very soon. And synthesising all that into a scoping study for government to then build on that over 3 years and into a bigger study. But essentially getting in early to understand the needs of veterans and their families was an important RSL-led initiative, free of government influence. It's something the RSL's doing. You might see too some other quick things that are happening around the nation or elsewhere that win great kudos to the league. A simple thing of sending packages to every single person who's deployed overseas. Again, that comes with a range of goodies, but a letter from the national president. We get great feedback that we do care about our deployed persons offshore. So twice a year up at the 39th Support Battalion at Randwick, all hands to the pump to pack the packages. And again, those little things that the league does for current serving is very important. And what I'm delighted to sort of see grow too is, again, as part of wellbeing, which we saw emphasised so much in the Royal Commission, is RSL Active. It was really nice to come in and see the merch up at the back of the room with the RSL Active logo on it, because there's money and an opportunity for us if we get into the wellbeing with recreational activities. And we're not talking about elite sport here, we're talking about anything that provides a recreational wellbeing opportunity, particularly for younger veterans who want to maybe do a bike ride or go out and do things. It can be playing the guitar. Whatever it is, we want to provide a little bit more of that in the community for that wellbeing and connection. My last point was just to talk then about this issue of national security. Our forebears struck the motto very early on that the price of liberty is eternal vigilance. That's what they felt coming home from the First World War. And over the generations, we've been active in that place. Not sure you know, during World War II, we had an RSL Defence Force even stood up with volunteers. We have always had that interest, and many of you have all that experience to pass on from your careers. I'm not sure we harness that at times as well as we might. So the reconstitution of the Defence and National Security Committee has been a re-establishment, if you like, of that voice of the RSL, not just about entitlements and claims, but also where's the nation going in terms of defence and preparation. And it's like you're paying your insurance in many ways. If we don't pay the insurance, then we're not covered. So investing in our people and in equipment is so important. So we heard the Minister talk about recruiting and retention issues. There's hollowness, no doubt about it. In some parts of the military, there's big hollowness as AUKUS soaks up so much of the defence dollar. Our point in the RSL is to have a balanced force that covers for all capabilities. And I look around the room here with various decorations of people. If you're my age, you remember World sending ships off to the Gulf that were fitted for, but not with. Many of us remember the night before deploying into Interfet when we're handing out the ammunition up in Darwin, but actually there wasn't a lot of tank rounds or artillery rounds in the system if we needed that. We know ourselves, many of us who've served, that there's a hollowness at times, and having that good balance is so important. Even heard the Minister talking about dogs this morning. Again, looking at Steve Mott up in Darwin in 1999 when Brigadier Hurley said we'd that was deemed appropriate to, all dogs would be removed from the Defence Force. We don't need for explosive detection dogs. But again, wisdom prevailed that we need a balanced force. So our forebears fought for these things in the military, and who knows, later, 10 years later, you couldn't get enough dogs in Iraq and Afghanistan for IED, counter IED detection. So we're saying a balanced force is needed. Get rid of the hollowness. Is it a 3% part of GPC? That's a bit of a yardstick, 3% spend of GDP, but that's what other nations are doing. So we'll keep harnessing our ideas under this Defence and National Security Committee, which, by the way, is led by former Chief of Army Peter Lay, who's been guiding that work with us. So look, I'll close there. Can I just, again, thank everyone. It's really important the League comes together. When we are united, we are a powerful voice in the community for our past serving, our families, but also the current serving, looking into what is an unstable world at times. And if you've seen overnight news of strikes in Iran, Ukraine, Taiwan, all these issues at any time can become powder kegs. No one can really predict the future, so we have to be ready to go. Thanks very much for your time.
Thanks, Phil. Phil has an extraordinary, complicated and I think demanding role, so I certainly appreciate his leadership and wise counsel. We're going to move now to our final speaker of the morning before we have a couple of awards. Our next presenter I have the pleasure to call upon works with RSL WA Active. Medically discharged from Special Operations Command in 2010, Andy has been on something of a transformational journey. I'd like to welcome Andy Fermo from Invisible Injuries to the stage.
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Thanks for the... Before I dive in, I want to thank RSL WA for the opportunity to speak today and to acknowledge all the incredible organisations and individuals in the room who continue to serve in and out of the uniform. For those who don't know me, my name's Andy Fermo, and I feel a little bit naked, so I'm just going to share a little bit more about my service just quickly because I don't have my gongs on me. Right, we could blame Australia Post for having my gongs not being able to be sent here from my mate who's redoing them. But I'm a former commando and I've turned charity founder and mental health advocate. But I just wanted to share just a little bit of my service for a little bit of context and I suppose why listen to me today and why listen to my journey. So I served proudly in the Australian Army. We've flung a few different things, fishing rods out there today. So I served proudly for 10 years in the Australian Army, starting my career as an electronic warfare operator in RA6. Later on, I became qualified as I was dual trade as an electronic warfare team leader and qualified commando, serving out of 2 Commando based in Sydney. During that time, I got to serve with the best soldiers on operations at the top of their game, and I couldn't be any more proud under impeccable leadership. So my 2 deployments that I did with the Special Operations Command was in 2007 and 2009 with SOTG4 and SOTG9. On my second deployment though, I was exposed to earlier on in our tour to what I call the trauma triangle, which is 3 severely traumatic incidences besides the whole tour, which included all things IED. So there was a vicarious trauma, there was a witness trauma, and there was an experienced trauma. And I want to be able to honour the memory, especially of someone who passed away during that tour. So that was Sergeant Brett Till in that first trauma, the witnessing of his death earlier on in our tour. A few days later, was our call sign was blown up by an IED. And the third one was Private Damien Tomlinson when his call sign ran over an IED as well, a few days later in the Helmand province. when you have these traumatic incidences, on operations, when you're operationally focused, you put them aside, never to be spoken or heard of again because you're so focused. And I don't want to traumatise anyone here, so I'm not going to harp on about that. But that was just the beginnings of what was to happen to me. And I felt I was going to be a career soldier. So 10 years wasn't quite enough. However, I was discharged prematurely, which will lead me to the rest of my chat now. So now I've turned into a charity founder and a mental health advocate. These days I run Invisible Injuries, a grassroots organisation supporting veterans, first responders and their families with evidence-based peer-led programs. I'm also a proud member of the Joondalup RSL and also a number of ESOs around here in WA doing amazing things for the veteran and first responder community and their families. What I want to share with you today is personal. It's very personal. But it's not just about trauma. It's about transition, that messy, complicated middle ground between prematurely leaving service and trying to rebuild purpose. In fact, that's what my upcoming documentary explores, from the battlefield to the minefield. A real look at what happens after service ends and what recovery can actually look like. Because in that space, that fog, that confusion, the system fatigue, it's easy to get stuck. Sometimes it's the stuff that happened to us directly. Sometimes it's what we absorbed whilst helping others. And sometimes it's what we saw, the stuff we couldn't see unsee. These kinds of experiences can close in from all sides. And when they're left unaddressed, they can pull you under. I went through all of that and more. PTSD, a drawn-out claims process, still going, losing my identity, fear about what the future looked like, and this deep sense after wearing the uniform with pride, I'd been cast adrift with no roadmap home. I speak about this openly because too many don't. And if we want better outcomes, we need to be honest about what's really going on behind the scenes. Now, not every veteran goes through this. Many will go on to lead fulfilling lives, and that's something we celebrate. But in my case, that wasn't the story. For those of us who did struggle, who found transition brutal, who battled internally, there had to be more than just coping. There has to be support, and there has to be purpose. There had to be a way forward. And that's what we tried to build. Invisible Injuries started as a way to provide PTSD-specific support, and that's still part of what we do. But now, in partnership with RSL WA, we're proving that there's a better, more connected way forward. Not just for those in trauma, but for the entire veteran and first responder community, and the people who stand beside them. From broken house to breaking through. Eventually, things changed, but not the way we hoped. We moved to Noosa for a fresh start, but instead, we lost everything. We lost our home, we became homeless, living in the hinterland of Keogh, and I find myself facing suicidal ideations with loved ones around me who simply didn't know how to help. And that was the tipping point, but it was also where something shifted. A mate of mine, also deep in his own healing journey, introduced me to evidence-based holistic wellness, breathwork, and mindfulness. Not woo-woo stuff, but real tools to help regulate the nervous system. And that was the moment I realised this works. And if it worked for me, I knew it could work for others like me. But I also knew I couldn't deliver it using the same old language. It had to be blokey, straight-talking stuff with no fluff. That was the spark that lit the fire. the very beginning of what would become invisible injuries. Built by lived experience, not just clinical theory. We didn't wait for the system to fix things. We built something from the ground up, using lived experience as the foundation. During COVID, while most things were shutting down, we hit the road. We launched the National PTSD Awareness Campaign and travelled to remote regional communities, not just to raise awareness, but to listen. And amidst those, all the border controls, we managed to go to Northern Rivers, New South Wales, Southeast Queensland, Central, Far North Queensland, all the way through across the interior to Northern Territory, all the way up to Darwin, and then when we finally got to cross over to WA, we travelled all the way down. And one of the peak things that we got to do was go to visit the Pilbara Regiment's colours ceremony on the way before we hit Perth. We spoke to many people. We gathered stories. We explored mindfulness through music. We connected to nature. And we documented the journey through our podcast. And we did all of it while navigating no COVID restrictions, often free camping, or staying at veteran respite locations dotted all around Australia. Running on a shoestring budget, powered by small donations and our own savings. We asked the questions where others weren't. What do veterans and first responders really need? What services are actually available on the ground? How do people access them? What's getting in the way? And I backed it all up with action. Mental health first aid, safe talk, assist. I became a Living Works suicide conversation facilitator and volunteered for Lifeline as a crisis support worker for 18 months. This wasn't just about storytelling, it was about learning what works and committing to walk the talk. This became a mission. And that mission gave me something I hadn't had in a long time: purpose. Especially after being in such a dark place, losing our home, nearly losing my life. I knew that I could grow through this. If I could grow through this, others could too. They just needed a roadmap and a bit of hope. WA's advantage, from lone wolves to plug and play. When we landed back in Perth, it felt like a homecoming, not just personally, but professionally. After everything we'd been through, coming back here gave us the space to breathe, regroup, and imagine what this work would become. And WA is different. Unlike the siloed infighting culture we'd seen in other states, here we found something rare, a collaborative ecosystem that was spoken about earlier on. ESOs working together, swimming in their own lanes, but linking up to create shared outcomes. A kind of plug-and-play delivery model that just makes sense. It's what allowed a small grassroots organisations like Invisible Injuries to scale impact without losing soul. We're not trying to be everything to everyone. We're bringing our piece of the puzzle and working alongside others to do the same. We're still lean. We can move tactically and quickly. We're not pulling in millions or operating with huge teams, but we're gaining momentum steadily and intentionally. In my job in the Army, we called it being a force multiplier, a small force, big impact. This model lets us focus on what works, prove the concept, and start scaling, not with fluff, but with purpose and partnership at the core. And it's that collaborative spirit here in WA that's making all of this possible. Evidence-based and preemptive, doing what others are only talking about. So here's what sets us apart. We didn't wait for the Royal Commission into Defence and veteran suicide to tell us what veterans needed. We started building it years ago. We preempted many of the recommendations. Community-based peer-led support, lived experience programs, collaboration across ESOs, measurable outcomes and program data, and a focus on prevention, not just crisis response. While others are still in planning mode, we've already been delivering what the Royal Commission recommended in its white paper. We also knew if we wanted to be taken seriously, we had to show credibility. So we mapped our programs to the National Vocational Training Framework. In particular, the Certificate 4 in Allied Health Assistance, psychosocial stream. And we became qualified in training and assessment so that we could make sure that we could qualify what we're delivering and gain that most important metrics to make sure that we're servicing the right people with the right things. This means our programs can be measured, evaluated, and if needed, replicated. It allows us to meet the KPIs that DVA, government, and funding bodies will expect, if they don't already. And it's not about being the biggest. It's about building something that works and being able to prove it. The partnership in action. RSL Active Yoga, fit for purpose. Yoga was never the goal. It was the vehicle. When I first started, it was just me in a dark room, stretching alone, trying to regulate. I called it stretching in the dark because there was misconceptions about yoga. But guess what? It bloody worked. And that became the foundation for what's now RSL Active Yoga, a trauma-informed program that meets people where they are. From humble beginnings with the pilot course right here in Anzac House at the restaurant and across the road there at the Supreme Court Gardens. We've grown it to run across multiple locations, weekday and weekend sessions in Joondalup, Forestdale, within sub-branches and quiet outdoor parks. Each location is designed to support a specific cohort, from contemporary veterans and first responders to families, supporters and senior veterans. It's trauma-aware, peer-led, beginner-friendly, low barrier, and critically, it delivers outcomes. Participants report increased well-being, better regulation, and a stronger sense of connection. And this is just one initiative inside the broader RSL Active ecosystem. It sets a powerful precedent, a collaborative partnership that works. The future's already here. So here's the truth. If we want better outcomes for veterans and families, we need better systems. And better systems come from partnerships, not silos. What RSL WA has done by backing invisible injuries is more than just funding a program. It's leadership. It's belief in lived experience. It's trust in a model that's grounded, tested, and ready to grow. We've built a foundation, we've proven what works, and we've shown you that you can scale without losing heart. The RSL is shifting, and we're seeing new energy, new collaboration, and younger veterans stepping into leadership. It's not happening overnight, but it is happening. And now, with this partnership, we're not reacting, we're leading. So here's the question that remains. RSL WA and invisible injuries are moving forward. Who's coming with us? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Andy. That was a powerful and compelling reminder of why we're here. And that should ground us this afternoon when we discuss the agenda items, so thank you. Well, I'll now invite State President Duncan Anderson to come forward in front of the flags to present the State President's commendations and citations spirited by Phil Winter. Orchard.
Third time lucky.
Phil White.
Thank you. Thank you. Too many Phils. Look, I'd just like to commend Andy for that presentation. It was outstanding, and I'm still thinking about it as I'm standing here, so thank you again. It was wonderful. On behalf of the President of the RSL WA, Mr Duncan Anderson, it's my great pleasure to announce 2 of the 3 recipients of the 2025 RSL WA State President's Commendations and to read a brief citation outlining why each has been awarded this prestigious award. I note that Dr Graham Hammond received his commendation last night as he was unable to be here today, and I think it's appropriate that we acknowledge in absentia Dr Graham Hammond, please. The first of the 2 recipients that I'm going to speak about today is Mr Alan West, OAM. So Alan, if you'd like to come forward while I'm talking about you so we can all see you while I'm speaking. Can I congratulate you to go past? Over to Duncan. Where do you want to go? Yeah, over there. Mr Alan West, OAM, you are being commended for your outstanding dedication to the veteran community and current serving Australian Defence Force members. Your commitment to the Returned and Services League values of camaraderie, care and advocacy has been exemplary. Your passion and devotion to help veterans and their families is evident through almost 30 years of services as an advocate. Your dedication to assisting veterans with their claims for pensions and home service entitlements goes to the very heart of the Returned and Services League West Australian vision of enabling veterans and their families to thrive in the community. On behalf of the State President, we also take this opportunity to recognise your involvement in the formation of the Totally and Permanently Disabled Veterans in Baldivis and the establishment of 6 2-bedroom units for short-term accommodation, respite and as a clubhouse. Mr West, your conduct has been in accordance with the highest traditions of the League and you have proven yourself fully deserving of a State President commendation. Our congratulations and thanks. Thank you. The second commendation that we're here to acknowledge today is Mr Peter King. Mr Peter King, you are being commended for your outstanding dedication, leadership and management through the committed provision of exceptional support to the Returned and Services League, our veterans and their families, whilst Deputy Commissioner at the Department of Veteran Affairs, Western Australia. This support and commitment has made a significant impact on the camaraderie, care and advocacy at the Department of Veterans Affairs and amongst the RSL WA staff, and it's been shared and commenced under your leadership. On your watch, the assisting of veterans with their claims for support, addressing both their complex physical and non-physical health needs, has always been undertaken with exceptional compassion and professionalism. It's through your leadership, characterised by competence, moral courage and a steadfast willingness to act in the best interest of the veteran community, that veterans have received the comprehensive care, treatment and assessment that they need. Your support and commitment to the RSL WA is also acknowledged during the planning, building and opening of the National Anzac Centre in Albany, as is the dedication you showed in undertaking the role of Warden of the State War Memorial. Mr King, your conduct has been of the highest traditions of the Returned and Services League, and you have proven yourself fully deserving of a State's President commendation, and we again congratulate and thank you for your service.
Well done, Peter and Alan, and also to Brigadier Phil White, AM retired, for his masterful reading of the citations. So that brings to a close the morning's proceedings. Congratulations to all the recipients. We are now breaking for morning tea. Morning tea will be on level 6. Please, please, please take all your belongings. We're going to reset the room. Enjoy the view on level 6 and the camaraderie, and we'll be back here in 30 minutes, except for our guests who get to go home. My job is almost done. Fortunately, I don't have to say anything. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're sufficiently refreshed and had some food. This is probably the best part of my day. I now hand over to the State President and RSL Board of Directors to conduct the annual general meeting of the State Congress 2025.
Thank you very much, Steve, and welcome back, everyone, to this year's AGM. As always, I very much appreciate everyone's support and patience this morning. It's a rare opportunity that we get to engage respectfully with our leaders at a federal and a state level, and to be able to do that in this forum is, I think, invaluable. And it's something I've already had feedback from both ministers that they very much appreciated the opportunity to engage in a more frank discussion than normal. Today's Congress, before I get on to declaring the meeting open, is in its right a guiding light and provides the board the direction with which the members wish to us to go. And I take this very seriously, and we've worked incredibly hard to get to this point. Do we do it perfectly right all the time? As with sub-branch committees, I am sure the answer is no, but I can assure you that we have the very best interests of the League at heart. With that in mind, I declare this annual general meeting open at 11:30. Move into the always comical roll call of the sub-branches. Albany. Yes. Applecross. Yes. Armidale. Yes. Bakers Hill. Balladura. Yes. Bedford Morley. Yes. Bellevue. Yep. Ben Cubban. Beverley. Bigton Fremantle. Yes. Boddington. Boulder. Boyup Brook. Bridgetown. Brookton. Broome. Bullsbrook and Districts. Bunbury. Yep. Cambridge. Canning District. Yep. Capel. Chidlow. Yes. City of Belmont. Yes. City of Bustleton. Yep. City of Coburn. Yes. City of Mandurah. Present. City of Perth. Yep. City of Rockingham. Present. Claremont. Yep. Collie Cardiff. Aye. There it is. Coolgardie. Cottesloe. Yes. Cunderden. Duncan. Dawesville. Denmark. Derby. Dongra. Donnybrook. Dumbleyung. Dwellingup. Eastern Regional. Ellenbrook. Yes. Esperance. Yes. Gascoyne. Geraldton City. Present. Gosnells. Greenbushes. Harvey. Present. Highgate.
Of course.
Irrefutable. Joondalup City. Yep. Jurien Bay, Kalamunda, Kalbarri, Kalgoorlie, Kambalda, Karratha and Districts, Carradale Augusta, Kelmscott Roleystone, Kojonup, Kondinan, Kununurra, Kwinana, Lancelin and Coastal Districts, Leonora, Manjimup, Margaret River, Merredin, Mora, Morrowa Gutha, Mosman Park, Mount Barker, Mount Hawthorn, Mount Lawley Inglewood, Mundaring, Nannup, Nedlands, Newman, North Beach, Northam, Northampton, Osborne Park, that's a Carden, Osborne Park, Peaceful Bay, Pemberton, Perenjori, Pingelly, Pinjarra, Port Hedland, welcome, Port Kennedy, Quairading, Queen's Rock, Riverton, Scarborough, Serpentine Jarrahdale, Service Women's, Shark Bay, Sir John Monash, Subiaco Shenton Park, Tamman, Three Springs Areno, 2J, Turkish, Vic Park South Perth, Vietnamese Services, Wagen, Walpole, Wanneroo, Walcatcham, Yanchep Two Rocks, Yoko and Jundana, York.
But not least, we're here.
On your York.
Do we have any sub-branches joining online? The answer is no. Excellent. And we have a number of proxies that have been registered by corp vote. With that in mind, we most certainly have a quorum to conduct today's meeting. First order of business is the presentation of the 108th State Congress minutes for acceptance by State Congress. Invite someone to move that motion, please. York, thank you very much. Second? Rockingham. Get in first. Is there any discussion on the minutes from the 108th State Congress? Invite just quickly by a show of hands an acceptance of the 108th Congress State minutes, please. They're hereby accepted. Thank you very much. Moving on to business arising and how I intend to present this is to move through the current action tracker that we have here and read out actions, what's being done and where we're at. The first is 2.3 of 17, commemoration. The motion was to advocate with DVA for the inclusion of the 31st of May on their calendar for remembrance as National Boer War Day. I would like to propose that this is complete. This advocacy has occurred. We have raised it not only directly with the ministers, the department, we've also advocated through the National Veterans, RSL National, and it's going as far as it's going to go. So it may not be the outcome that people hope for, but the advocacy is certainly complete. So propose that motion is indeed complete unless there is any objections from the floor. Thank you. The next one is the RSL administration to take all necessary steps to enable sub-branch executive to access the RSL WA headquarter membership database. Pleasingly, thankfully, this item is closed. The membership database is now live, and as I reported last night at the event, having taken into consideration some 500,000 membership records, the portal is now live. People can now join online through a web form. and sub-branches will have membership officers from next week will have an ability to access their membership records pertaining to their sub-branch. At this point, I would like to not only thank the staff, but also the sub-branches for your patience, which has been tested in the last 6 months. There will still be issues. Let's be honest, there are still going to be challenges, so your continued work. But we have a membership system that allows individuals to access their own membership data and for sub-branch membership officers to access their membership details. The next 6 months will see us building in specific customisations for each sub-branch, and the team will liaise with you in detail about that later. The next action item was provision of medical services here at Anzac House. So we have, unfortunately, the services on level 3, because of business continuity, the ReadyMed, they simply couldn't make it a profitable enterprise. That has been turned somewhat. We now have Sonic Health on level 3. For those that aren't aware, Sonic Health does all the recruiting medicals for the ADF, and they're now located on level 3. That's only pretty recent in its life. We are hoping down the track that they will be able to make space available for veterans to receive bespoke service there, but at the moment they're getting their core business right first, which I think is really important, let alone the exposure to new servicemen and women to the ADF coming into Anzac House to get their medical. We are trying to work with other providers in the community that offer that sort of one-stop shop effect, whether that be the example of where we're trying to work, and Dr. Graham Hammond is a GP there, is the West Coast Health Alliance, that is in its infancy. That's how we're going to do this, is in the community. There were always restrictions here in Perth. We were aware of those before we took them, but now we're moving on to the next step, which is essentially the provision of medical services for veterans in the community. So that is closed, that item. The next item was membership of the RSL Awards, and this is that awards for time spent as a member of the RSL be awarded automatically and not have to go to any sort of committee. The membership system will, in time, fix this. So those 500,000 membership odd records, so for people that have joined the RSL, left the RSL, rejoined the RSL with another membership number, it's the same person, they've served in the league, but they might appear 3 or 4 different times in their life having served in the league. We now have a body of work to go through and sort that out. What I have always aspired to, aside from membership officers in sub-branches being able to do their job, is that those who have done 50 years service don't have to apply for their own certificate, which is madness. And I bumped into a life member last night, a newly minted life member, who thought he was here to get his 50-year service certificate. And I was like, oh, no. So this item is closed. However, it is something that we are working to. And again, at any point, if anyone wants further clarification now, I'm happy to provide it. The next one, annual financial report. You'll see today that this is from Subiaco Shenton Park, is around the other column. You'll see that the CFO and the chair of the Finance Advisory Committee will be addressing that up front today, so that item is closed. We have an item here, the next one is a constitutional matter, remove the fixed cessation of membership date of 30 April and enable this to be covered in the bylaws. This is presented today as one of the motions for decision, so that action item is closed. Similarly, the Collie Cardiff changes that suggested last year have worked through and now reside in the minutes for a matter of decision today. So hopefully that is to Collie's satisfaction, it meets that intention, and I hope that they indeed second that, but that action item is closed. The next one was applications, all applications for new membership that are submitted to RSL WA for sub-branch membership shall be forwarded to the relevant sub-branch for consideration and processing. That is covered in today's motion as well. So thank you very much for that. That is closed. That bylaw, the next one, bylaw 12 be amended to add the following clause. It's going to be a good party this afternoon. Please put your phones on silent, everyone. Any information from RSL WA to sub-branches that contains confidential information will only be sent to the @subbranch rslwa.org email addresses. The staff have notified me that this is complete as January. Needless to say, just because this is complete doesn't mean we take our eye off the ball. Our information is incredibly precious to us, and part of one of the great benefits of the zombie apocalypse is we're able to put protections in and around our data. Ironically, the presentation we received on the Friday evening of Congress last year about cybersecurity that potentially went for a bit too long was the risk materialised. Multi-factor authentication, etc., etc. So we will continue to protect everyone's data, but that action item is complete. The next action item is the board make bylaw changes to reflect the acceptance of new sub-branch affiliate to sub-branch, and this is complete with those bylaw changes done. The next one, and we've discussed this with the President of Jurien Bay, is the RSL WA board digitise all of the World War I, II, Korea, Borneo, Vietnam, Timor, Iraq and Afghanistan honour boards throughout Western Australia. We've done some initial scoping of this. This is a huge project, and we respect that it needs to be done. We haven't started it yet, and that comes down to capacity, not willingness. I'm confident we could get the funding through government for this, but we just don't have the capacity inside the headquarters to start this yet. But we will commit to doing that, hopefully, in the next 12 months. So that action item, will be carried over to next year. And then the final one is that RSL WA support all approaches from the sub-branch to all three levels of government to allow easy, safe access. This is complete with correspondence and quiet advocacy all happened in and around the federal members about the drive heading up to the National Anzac Centre. Of interest to everyone, the City of Albany has their bicentennial coming up. We are hopeful through some work I do with the National Anzac Centre that we can attract further funding for the National Anzac Centre and the infrastructure in and around that so it maintains its pride of place in Australia as a memorial of significance. Are there any questions on the business arising from the 108th and previous state congresses? Yes, Jane, just step forward to the mic, please.
Hello, it's Jane Ingles from Joondalup City RSL. Sorry, just swept straight past the medical centre provision here.
Yep.
What you didn't elaborate was, would they not be charging any fees to veterans, regardless of the DVA status? And would they not be giving appointments to civilians at the expense of veterans?
I certainly didn't skip over it, just didn't go into that detail, so thanks for pulling me up. With what Sonic Health is doing here, we just don't know what it looks like in the future. So on one hand, we want them to be flat out with young recruits coming into the system so we can get more people in the service, right? So on one hand, we want that to be working really well. But on the other hand, if we can get veterans in there to get tailored care, then that would be great. But quite frankly, we don't know what that looks like. If you're comfortable, I'm happy to carry over that specific point to next year's Congress and we can report back to everyone on that if you're comfortable with that approach, Jane. Right? No, very happy to do that. No issues. Are there any other questions on the business arising? None? Thank you very much. Moving on to some opening remarks before we move into the fun stuff. Been reflecting a fair bit with not only some work that I'm doing with RSL Australia on the role and the intersection between members, the governing body and the organisation as a whole, and in the lead up to this Congress have sort of realised that this organisation is now at a real inflection point. And I say that quite deliberately. We're at a point now where the maturity, and I mentioned last night about complexity and this notion of being emergent, we are now not only in our own right here in Western Australia being seen as an emerging, considered sensible voice in the veterans landscape, the business of RSL WA is gaining in complexity. And what that then means is, how do we do this better in the future? The question I was trying to answer is, what is the role of State Congress inside of that system? State Congress provides an incredible opportunity to recognise individuals and groups of people, sub-branches, for awesome work. And it remains a great privilege to be able to do that. State Congress also provides an opportunity for sub-branches to catch up and network. And I think we probably lose sight of the value of that part of State Congress and all of those little discussions that happen in and around the various morning teas, scones, beers, wines, and all the rest of it. The third part that I put to you and how we will be sort of approaching State Congress now is the regulatory landscape that we collectively now exist in is polar opposites to what existed 109 years ago when the League was set up. And what that is doing is it's driving a tension between the membership, you all, and the entity and the responsibilities that the directors have in governing that entity. And that tension is playing out in a few parts in the League right now. So we took a decision that Congress is about, this part of Congress, aside from the other important parts, the meeting part is about setting the framework with which we operate in. And that framework is reflected in our Constitution, so that the rules that we play by. It's reflected in our strategy, so that is our objectives, our priorities, and what we seek to achieve. And it's reflected in our risk appetite. Where are we willing to accept risk versus where we are not willing to accept risk? We are really comfortable, through your board patrons and myself and others, in the following 12 months to work with all the sub-branches to continue to communicate this point. Because with additional work and support from you all on the framework or the settings of the League, we can do a better job and hopefully then bridge this gap that, quite frankly, in other jurisdictions around Australia is more of a chasm than a gap. So that's why the approach to Congress has been taken this year. So matters for decision will be those matters that impact the framework or the settings of the League. Notwithstanding, there are matters that arise in sub-branches and in the community that need airing, and they need a platform to be able to do that. That will be matters for discussion. So whereas a matter for decision, there will be a binding vote, and Corp Vote up the back will do a binding vote, and that will bind us to a particular outcome. The matters for discussion will follow exactly the same process, respectful discussion, we'll move through it, pros and cons, and we've worked with Corp Vote to take essentially a poll at the end of that to gauge the members' view. So you still get a view, but it's not binding, because there are some matters that may be really important to a sub-branch that bind us to take a course of action that puts us and the organisation at risk. And so that's the problem we're trying to solve. So that's the approach to Congress this year and for Congresses in the future. With that in mind, I would like to draw everyone's attention to the annual Congress procedure. Along with some closing remarks today that I'll make, I would like people to come back to this and for us to use this as a pretty good guide about how to conduct a professional, respectful meeting of the minds, so to speak. Today, unlike others, we'll put a bit of a time limit on what people are saying and speaking. It mentions in the rules 10 minutes. I think with some of the details and motions we have in here, that's excessive. And what I will be holding everyone to account to, including myself, is we'll go 2 minutes, I'll just say 2 minutes, and at 3 minutes, wind it up, please. And that means we can get through the volume of work we can get through in a professional, concise and respectful manner. With that in mind, let's move on. Agenda Committee Report number 1. This is, as shown, this is pretty standard. May I ask someone to please move that Agenda Committee Report number 1 be accepted? York, thank you very much. Seconded? Mount Lawley, thank you.
Can I ask you a question, Mr Chairman? Item 3,
Yes.
do we have name badges for voting?
We have digital name badges, Mr Munro, because everyone is logged in through the Corp Vote system, which means you essentially have a digital name badge because everyone's vote is recorded.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions with Agenda Committee Report number 1? Yes.
In paragraph 1 it said pages 9 and 10.
I don't know. Listed at pages 9 and 10. We'll get our Constitution ninja to look it up right now. And if we need to amend the report to reflect the pages, we're very comfortable to do that. As we look into that one, are there any other questions with Agenda Committee Report number 1? Yes.
Just on a point of order, in relation to item 9, which has been included with the matters for discussion, I have requested the Chair move item 9 to item 4, and in accordance with bylaws 9.13, 9.4 and 9.42, that it be properly presented to State Congress as a matter for decision, and a motion properly presented for resolution.
Thank you for that. We'll address that question in a minute. We're on Agenda Committee Report number 1.
I don't think there's anything on page 9 and 10 that relates to the credentials for sub-branches that I can see.
So what we will do, taking that question on notice, is we will, if people are comfortable, that the minutes of this State Congress will reflect the correct page numbers in Agenda Committee Report number 1. So rather than doing that work right here and now and holding us up, that we will take that as an action item, make sure that the page numbers are reflected correctly for the credentials of sub-branches, and that'll be reflected in the minutes. Are you comfortable with that approach?
I think simply, the way I read it, is that it's page 7 that was very good. There's a list of sub-branches.
Yep.
Would that be correct?
I'm happy to, if that's, I don't have that in front of me, mate, so if that is correct, I'm happy with that. Yep, everyone's happy with that? All right, page 7.
Page 7.
Yep, done. Happy to reflect it as page 7. Are there any other questions with Agenda Committee Report number 1? Right, just a show of hands of those that accept Agenda Committee Report number 1, please. Thank you very much. Moving on. Moving on to Agenda Committee Report number 2. Before we accept the entire report in its entirety, there are 2 other items in here that need to be addressed. The first is that John Rolfe be confirmed as an RSL WA trustee for the period of 3 years until Congress 2028. Invite someone to move that, please. Everyone? All right, that is moved by Joondalup. One of those volunteers to second that motion, please. Coburn, thank you very much. Show of hands for people for that. Excellent. John Rolfe, congratulations. Welcome to the fold. The second is that Doug Simpson, JP, be appointed as the registrar to the State Branch Tribunal, and that the following State Branch Tribunal members, Kim Doherty, John Rolfe, Mike Page, Warwick Gatley, AM, Stephen Aspinall and Paul D. Evans, be appointed. Can I please have someone to move that motion?
Highgate.
Highgate, thank you.
York.
Seconded, York. Quick show of hands for all those in favour. Carried, thank you very much. And then stepping out as a broader acceptance, are there any other questions with Agenda Committee Report number 2? Invite someone to please move that be accepted. Armidale, thank you. Seconded. Belmont, thank you very much. Quick show of hands, all those in favour please, or against. Carried. Agenda Committee Report number 2 is accepted. The next thing on our agenda is the adoption of the annual financial report for the period 1 January 24 to 31 December 24. I'll now invite our Chief Financial Officer to come forward and present the annual financial report. Sean.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sean Henbury, and I have had the privilege of being CFO of RSL WA since mid-November last year. As CFO of RSL WA, I'm pleased to present the financial results of the RSL WA branch for the year ended 31st of December 2024. I'll begin by acknowledging that 2024 was a year of continued financial discipline and transition. I'm pleased to report that RSL WA achieved a modest net surplus of $107,000, a significant turnaround from the prior year deficit of $1.48 million. However, it is important to understand the drivers beneath these headline figures. Our operating deficit for the year was still $1.74 million, which reflects the underlying cost of delivering core services and operating Anzac House. This was largely offset by strong investment returns with over $1.8 million in gains, both realised and unrealised, from our managed funds and property trusts. In terms of income, operational revenue increased by 13%, totalling $18.29 million, supported by grants, investment income and improved merchandising and fundraising. On the expenditure side, employee benefits remained our largest cost, consistent with previous years. We also saw significant increases in insurance premiums and IT infrastructure costs, the zombie apocalypse, as Duncan refers to it as, driven by both inflationary pressures and the ongoing need to strengthen our digital systems. Importantly, costs associated with the Anzac Day events increased in line with broader community participation, though these were fully grant funded. I'd like to acknowledge that an action item from last year to Congress was to include a breakup of the other category under operational items. Unfortunately, with the transition of the CFO role, this action item was missed. A broad breakup of the larger items includes an amount of $142,000 for the assistance dog program, and I wish I had Alonzo sitting here right now, would be very helpful. $123K for subscriptions, which is mainly some software subs, which was again part of this zombie apocalypse. $98K in consulting fees, which was HR, rental and some property analysis, which is around about, that's all those together is about 89% of that other category. In terms of our financial position, RSL WA remains in a stable state. We closed the year with 76 million net assets, including a strong investment base of 34.6 mil and a property portfolio exceeding 41 mil. Cash balances declined by 1 mil due to the timing of operational and capital outflows. Nonetheless, our current assets continue to exceed our current liabilities and we remain liquid and solvent. In closing, I want to extend my sincere thanks to the board, the Financial and Advisory Committee and our management team for their support during the challenging transitional CFO role. The focus for the year ahead will be addressing structural deficits, enhancing sustainable income streams and continuing to support veterans and their families through sound financial management. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions in regards to the financial statements.
Just with the questions, if you can please come forward, use the microphone so everyone can hear, please.
For the fourth year in a row, we've got a query on the other entry.
Yeah.
I accept you've given us more information than we've had previously.
Yeah.
But if the dogs are such a a component,
Yeah.
and state government are supporting that,
Yeah.
does the state government grant appear in our revenue?
It does. Yeah. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing that came up was a mention of some more transition accommodation being provided. What are we doing to manage properly the Veteran Transition Centre? Now, the reason I ask that is I know that we've got 20 single units and 7 family units down there.
Yep.
Recently, I had the opportunity to meet with the, I thought it was DVA, it might be state government, but the prison liaison officer, Fiona, and she mentioned, I asked her whether she's focused on the Veteran Transition Centre, and she said, yes, they can handle 11 people at a time. What the hell is going on? It's an asset for RSL WA. I know it's leased to the organisation that are running it. Why do we not get an annual report from them that it is being used for purpose?
I'll take that off the CFO's hands. As you correctly pointed out, the Veterans Transition Centre is under a lease arrangement. We are the landowners of an asset. As landowners, there's two different things here. There's landowners and the relationship that goes on with the entity, and there's us as the RSL working with the Veterans Transition Centre. They're two distinct parts. So the first part, as a tenant owner relationship, that's captured in lease documents, and that's the most appropriate way to deal with that. And as the landlords, if we raise the cost of that to generate more revenue, that's our prerogative. But that's the answer to that part of your question. The second part of your question is what the hell is going on there? There's a new chair out there. Pete Tinley is the new chair of the Veterans Transition Centre, and pun intended, they are also transitioning. They're going from what they started off to be something more in the veterans community. That is a relationship between ex-service organisations. So we could invite or ask for a report on what's going on out there from that perspective, but that's just us trying to work out how to help them out. We won't derive direct financial benefit outside of the payments that might come in. We'll realise capital growth in the asset over time, but that's the best answer you've got. So we don't control it. It's a completely separate organisation that runs the VTC, and we're partnering with that organisation, but we're also supporting them by giving them essentially a free run on the Veterans Transition Centre as an asset. We're using it to as part of our broader balance sheet. So that's the answer to your question. Are there any other questions for the CFO? Yes, please come forward.
Peter Hopper, Subiaco, Shenton Park. Look, membership received 2023, $434,204. 2024, $333,020. $333,020. Now, that means we've lost $104,184 in that 12 months period. How come? Is it we lost members, or what's going on? It's extraordinary.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I can't compare it to prior years, so unfortunately I don't know what the 23 numbers are. I do know that, as we've sort of discussed early, that membership reconciliation has been quite a difficult task. So that I think this is part of that, is that we're perhaps reconciling it perhaps a little bit better than what has been in the past.
But the commensurate membership loss, we haven't lost $100,000 worth of members.
No, it's a timing of the memberships, of actually the cash that we've received.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Michael Raymond from Geraldton. Just a general question. You talk about our operational cost losses again. Could you be more explicit about how we're going to reverse that process over the next year, please?
Yeah, that's a good question. There's two aspects to that. Is controlling expenditure. Obviously, if we control expenditure, then perhaps we're affecting service delivery. So we need to be mindful of that. The other side of that is increasing revenue, and we increase revenue through additional grants, which you heard the ministers speak to us earlier today already about extra grants, which Duncan is very helpful with that. Renting, so we haven't actually rented a couple of these floors in this building previously, so we'll get a bit more rent out of Sonic, and level 4 is rented out. And just investments and getting more money from our investments. So there's two aspects to it: controlling it costs and increasing the revenue.
I'll jump in there as well. I think most of you remember me, chair of the FAC. It's bloody expensive to run this building.
Yeah.
That's the majority of where those costs are coming. When we moved in here, we weren't built to run a place like this. We weren't prepared for the cost of what a $30 million building costs. And in my tenure as chair of FAC, that is exactly what we're trying to do. Change over the lease holdings, change over the revenue, make sure function's working properly. It takes time, and hopefully you can see that we're getting better each year. But it's making good decisions on our investments as well, which will support the back end and then top up from the bottom. So,
and further to that, just remember, as a commercial lease, we actually charge the overheads to the tenant. The tenant ends up paying our costs. So not only do we get the rent, they pay for the costs as well. So, yeah.
Yep, Adam.
My question is just about the detail provided on the balance sheet under land and buildings.
Yep.
And the lack of a itemisation of that amount. Obviously, it's the largest amount on the balance sheet.
Yep.
It'd be good to have some more information about what's actually made up in that item.
So which one are you referring to? From page 16 or page 17?
On the balance sheet, it's page 16.
Yep. So the land and buildings?
First item under property, plant and equipment.
Yep. So
land and buildings at cost, and it's 43.8 million.
Yep. So that is actually shown over the page. Does that answer your question? Where it's split?
Are you looking for a breakdown of what the land is that we own?
Yes. Yeah. I can give that to you offline. I've got. I suspect that might be a question. So I've actually got a list of the property that's included in that.
There's quite a few of them.
Yeah.
It's just an interest in understanding what makes up that amount.
Yeah.
Obviously, with there's a number of properties that are in trust, which I assume are not on this balance sheet.
Correct. They're not on that balance sheet yet. Okay. So if that's the question you're asking, land and buildings that are held in trust aren't included in that balance sheet.
Thank you.
Are you happy for us to take that offline to provide that detail?
Yeah, absolutely.
Easy.
Yeah. No, if that's the question, the detailed question, then they're not included.
Other questions for the CFO, please?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry. Just one more. I haven't got the financials at my fingertips. That's all right. There was another entry there, and when there's a significant change, I would expect it to be amplified by notes, which is why you get so much attention on the other line.
Yeah.
There's another one there that's not super significant in and of itself, but it's showing rent last year of about 8,000, and it's gone to 72,000 this year. That's a ninefold increase in rental.
Rent expense.
Sorry?
Rent expense. Rent income or rent expense or
expense?
No, I don't think we. Oh, yeah, yes. So yes, I can answer that. So there was a Ray White leasing fee in there. That's included in there as well. So when we rent it out to Sonic, Ray White charges a fee for that. So yeah, there is a lease fee included in there as well. So
we expect in the future to see that amplified by a note so that it all makes sense.
Yeah, and this is part of this process. I get a feel for what the room wants. Yeah.
Other questions for the CFO on the financials? Bill.
Where's Alonzo when I need him?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill Munro, Highgate. This is an easy one. I'm not going to make any embarrassment. I noticed that we've got about 35 million in cash assets at the 30th of June.
Yep.
You don't have to check it. That's about it.
Yep.
Those cash assets
right.
or financial assets, are they managed externally by an organisation or by perhaps the Finance Committee Chairman?
Yeah.
You want me to answer that one? You want me to? No, I don't look
I
after
can
it.
answer that. So I can say part of it. So it's 35 mil. So of that 35, about 10 of it is actually managed by Entrust. The rest of it's sitting in some property trusts and those sorts of things. So
Yes.
correct, yeah. That, and also as part of the FAC, we've got an investment team as part of FAC as well, and they advise us on it as well. So yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't manage a bill.
No, we're accountants. We don't. That's not what we do. Yeah.
No, it's yeah. So there's a portion of like managed funds,
Yeah.
and then there's a bunch of property trusts and things like that that we've invested in over the years.
Yeah.
Some at varying levels of benefit to us, and success. The success is the word that I was looking for. But we're starting to generate revenue from some of those now, and if you ever look at the P&L, that 1.8 that changed us from that loss all the way through to the $100,000 gain on that P&L sheet, it's because of those investments. So they have starting to show some fruition there, and the revaluation, the capital gain. So, yeah.
Yeah.
But we're looking for a bit more over time.
Living
And
for a year, isn't it?
that's the transition of boards as years and years go by, right? So we manage what we've got at the time in the best interest of the league.
Other questions for the CFO? Yes, sir.
Same person. With the operational budget, operational costs, do you have a budget?
We do, yeah. So we prepared a budget in November, December, which is literally like the month that we took over. And it's probably fair to say there's been a couple of items that have sort of maybe blown that budget a little bit. So we're going through the process now of updating it. And
So
yeah.
1.7.
And sorry, and I should say as well, part of the monthly pack we provide the board, and in fact, compares actuals to budget. So we are all over the budget. And I should also say as well, the line managers, so I'm looking at Kim up the back, they're all over that budget as well. They are really quite taken with it, and they understand what it is. Yeah.
Just to summarise then, the current losses this
Yep.
year,
Yep.
were the budgeted losses?
For
Yes.
last year, or sorry, the one that we're looking at, yes, it was. Yeah,
Yes.
There's a couple of items in there. Things like, as I say, Duncan refers to the Zambia apocalypse. We had no way of knowing that was actually going to occur. So there's costs in there and that we weren't aware of that were going to happen. And yeah, that weren't budgeted for.
Okay, then, and the budget for next year, is it at a loss?
We actually budgeted for a little loss. It was actually probably pretty good. But as I say, there's been a few items in the last 6 months that have probably changed that. Yeah.
On one of those investments that I was just having a
Yeah.
one-on-one chat with Bill over here,
Yeah.
we're actually expecting about a $1.2 million return over the course of the year, so that will be
Yeah.
pretty close
Yeah.
if they do their job properly.
Yeah.
So we're at the whim of a lot of our investments because that's where a lot of our money sits. So yes, I understand that that's, we see that number and it's a concern, but, as any organisation with funds under management, we're at the whim of their performance. So it's our duty to make sure that we're keeping them accountable.
It should sort of point out as well, because we try and break it down into little departments as well, and things like food and beverage, they have their own little budget, and so we try to, yes, overall we might be slightly out or something, but within each little individual team, they're hitting their budgets and their targets, which is great.
Other questions for the CFO? Invite someone to move that the financial report for this year be accepted, please. Geraldton, thank you very much. Seconded? Eastern Regional, thank you very much. Show of hands, please, to accept. Thank you. We move on. At this point, I would like to recognise Sean, Jerry and Luca, who's also here from the Finance Advisory Committee. The work that they do is quite incredible. The handover between CFOs was not one that we planned for circumstances completely out of our control. And it was due to some ill health and medical issues of the outgoing CFO. So Sean, on behalf of the board, mate, thank you very much for the work you do. And for Jerry and the Finance Advisory Committee, thank you. We're almost there. And I think we'll see much brighter future in the coming years. Moving on to the agenda. Dave, come on, mate. Moving on to the agenda. At this point, we will look at that point of order, please, Adam. And if you could please restate that succinctly, that would be great.
We request that the Chair move item 9 to item 4 in the agenda, and that it is under bylaw 9.13, 9.41 and 9.42 properly presented as a motion for resolution and for a decision.
Yep, I understand what you're trying to achieve. The point of order is about how the debate is conducted, not the decisions to be made. And so on that basis, the decision, that's not going to occur. And as we communicated to your sub-branch on Wednesday this week, the legal advice, extensive legal advice that we have received is under consideration by the board, and it would be inappropriate to take that decision today by this organisation. So that's the outcome.
Well, if that's the Chair's position?
It is.
Well, then I would like to move that be put as a motion to do what I asked, move item 9 to be a matter for decision, and put that to a vote under Standing Orders 1.37 and 1.40, the motion to move item 9 to be a matter for decision is put to Congress.
What we're going to do is, because you and your sub-branch have a particular approach that you're taking to today's meeting, there's a lot of other matters that need to be discussed today, is we'll move through the other matters for decision first, and then we'll address that in its own right. But at the moment, it would be irresponsible of this board, this is the tension I'm speaking to, it would be irresponsible, and indeed we would probably be breaking the law if we were to move that to a point of decision for this organisation. And so let's deal with the other agenda items first for decision, and then we will revert back to your request. Are you happy with that approach?
No, we're not happy with that.
So you can't move a motion from the floor for decision, essentially. That has to be properly presented. So that's it. Moving right along. Agenda item number 1, matters for decision. This is moved by the board of RSL WA. I invite someone to second this before some remarks, please. Invite someone to second it. Rockingham. Thanks, Ibby. Just some opening remarks. This is the, as referred to in Business Arising, this is what the board and the Constitution Committee, led by not Phil Winter, not Phil Orchard, but Phil White, work has happened. Is there anyone that would like to speak for this motion, noting it's pretty clearly outlined in the paper? Is there anyone that wishes to speak against this motion? To that end, I invite you for us to go through our first little dance today. Pull out your phones and please cast your vote to this motion. Yeah.
Steve, he needs to put it up. It's too cold.
Nothing's happening.
Is it open?
Yeah, it's open. Well, it's saying it's open.
Votes pending, not yet voted.
Be considered by the members.
Can you refresh?
Yes, please. Can I have your jacket and a blanket?
Yeah, have you got a blanket for us?
I'm going to deal with the I don't need you, How would that go down? An infantry soldier putting a puffer jacket on.
three. I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got three. I got to do three.
But yeah, that's
Done.
Are you delivering the slips today, eh? Are you delivering the results?
No, I just tell Duncan it's cold.
Hey, can we just have this microphone up? Just apparently, just you need to refresh your voting screen. Just refresh your page, and it should skip through, please. Yes, Pam.
You need a name badge for that.
We don't have name badges, Bill.
the budget.
No, the second one's okay.
Sorry, I had
Three. Oh, that's it. No, I already agreed to it anyway, so I'm not going to say no even when it comes up. It shouldn't be open, no. It shouldn't be open.
Doug, can you just duck up the back, mate? Just let him know, please. You just duck up the back and let him know.
Hey, Duncan.
Yeah, no, Doug's just going to check. We'll get it, mate. We're getting close.
We're going back to papers.
We had a vote a couple of years ago. Thanks, smartass.
I reckon I've got no idea what's going on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. 100% yes. Thank you very much. We move on. Now, just to refresh people, the reason we're sticking with this is we're making Congress more accessible to those that can't get here for travelling purposes. So for those people who want to dial in, they can dial in, participate in the meeting and vote. We've had no one take us up on that option this year. That's fine, but we're persisting with it for that reason. So thank you very much for your patience. Moving along to agenda item number 2. The motion is as written. This is being moved by RSL WA, and I probably invite someone to second this motion. Collie Cardiff. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Is there any discussion for this motion that anyone would like to speak for the motion? Would anyone like to speak against this motion? None? We will then put it to the vote. Thank you very much.
Just saying, where's the Mentos? Oh, you've not seen this? Yeah. That has been carried 100%. Moving on to agenda item number 3. The motion is as put. I'll invite someone to move the motion, please. Applecross, invite someone to second the motion, please. Three Springs Arena to second the motion. Thank you very much. I'll invite someone to speak for the motion, please.
Can I just start by saying that this is really a last resort for us, and this is not what we wanted to be doing with our time, and certainly with the league's time. So I'll give you a bit of the why. The Applecross sub-branch has been located at 98 Kintail Road, Applecross, since 1936. It was originally purchased and put into a trust by members of the sub-branch at the time. It was then transferred in '57 to a trust of which the RSL WA is the trustee for the use and benefit of the sub-branch. Now, simply put, what has occurred is that we have been visited by members of the board and initially asked to vacate the property as it was going to be sold, with no plan on what would happen to the sub-branch or its members. The board has taken actions which are contrary to their prior written undertaking. So in 2020, the sub-branch received a letter from the board saying that nothing would be done with the property without the permission of the sub-branch. In 2023, it started with a request to vacate, and then there have been subsequent meetings outlining a number of different plans to redevelop or sell the property with no plan for what would happen to the sub-branch. So since then, we've had commitments to share information and a failure to meet those commitments. And this has been going on since the end of 2023. The board has taken actions that are not compliant with our constitution or with their fiduciary duties as our trustee. Whilst the reasons for bringing this motion are based on the specific situation facing the Applecross sub-branch, we believe that we may not be alone in facing this treatment by RSL WA, either now or in the future. This process may be happening to any of the sub-branches in relation to property or other matters, and you would not know because the board takes action without proper transparency and communication. So we propose that the board has breached several items of RSL WA's Code of Conduct in its interactions with Applecross sub-branch. Without notification, it has invested $2.2 million in the residential property next door to our hall without consultation, proper planning, or any due diligence regarding their legal rights to deal with our sub-branch property, which is held on trust. They failed to deliver basic services such as membership processing, telecommunications, and information management in a manner that is fit for purpose to the organisation, and they're running an operation that's operationally losing $2 million a year despite holding nearly 70 million in assets. They failed to act with integrity.
3.5 minutes, mate.
And transparency in dealings with our sub-branch. So all that we're looking for here is a censure of the board. We're not asking for resignations. We're not asking for the board to be forced to resign. We're simply asking for the board to be put on notice that this behaviour is not reasonable when it's interacting with the sub-branches.
Thank you very much. You can take your seat, mate. When we talk about the board, we actually talk about the directors and the trustees. That makes the board. So, first right of reply, I think it's fair for me to speak on behalf of the directors. I'll then be asking Mr. Phil Orchard, as the chair of the trustees, to speak on behalf of the trustees. We respect any sub-branch's right to call into question the efficacy of the board. I have never shied away from that, and anyone in this room will know that I've not shied away from that in the last 3, 4, 5, 6 years since I've been involved as a director. However, really keen just to present just a few additional facts that were omitted from the President's presentation. What was omitted is that at all stages we have said, in line with the direction provided in 2020, that we would not do anything without the agreement of the members of the Applecross sub-branch. Indeed, there were many presidents that are here today that were in a President's Forum where I reiterated that at least half a dozen times. And indeed, the CEO has reiterated that in writing to the Applecross sub-branch. So we'll just get that on the table. If we're talking about code of conduct, then what I would also like to suggest is that the way I was personally treated at the Applecross sub-branch brought into question. That happened with Mr Phil Orchard, also in attendance, and indeed, in requests for information raised by the President of the Applecross sub-branch, there have been numerous requests by the CEO to meet with the President of the Applecross sub-branch over the last 6 months, and none of those have been taken up. Indeed, the board patron of the Applecross sub-branch has also not been contacted about this matter. On respect to the board, this board is skilled, it understands its fiduciary duties in detail, and that's why we cannot have item 9 as a binding motion. This board has been open, it has been transparent, and it has been methodical in all aspects of the league, be it strategy, be it risk, be it constitution, or indeed engagements with our external stakeholders. I'd now like to invite Mr Phil Orchard to make some remarks on behalf of the trustees, please.
Thanks very much, Duncan. That's on. Ladies and gentlemen, as the chair of your trustees and board patron to the Applecross sub-branch, may I respectfully suggest that calling for a vote of no confidence in the board over what is effectively one matter that I hasten to add is still ongoing through the legal fraternity and demonstrates the lack of understanding of what this board has achieved, and bearing in mind they are all volunteers, over the last 2 years. As most of you will be aware, I have had a seat at the boardroom table as CEO and trustee over the last 14 years. I have seen directors come and go. However, the current board of young and not so young members covers many more diverse skill sets than in the past. They are operating effectively, ethically, and focused on the best interest of the members. The board is dedicated, passionate, and unafraid to make some pretty tough decisions. This has resulted in a positive and productive environment for addressing the organisation's goals and responsibilities. Some of those decisions may not be supported by individuals or groups, and some actions reliant on other groups for success. But I express to you that this board is 100% focused on the best interests of the organisation and making sure that the younger veterans still have an RSL to come to in the years to come. Therefore, I would put it to you that this vote of no confidence on your board should be dismissed.
Phil, and as a final point, I would like to suggest that this indeed is not a vote of no confidence in the board, it's a vote of no confidence in me. Because I've had the engagements at the sub-branch, not the board, and it doesn't reflect the performance of the board. Indeed, it probably reflects a breakdown in the relationship between the sub-branch and myself. So I would like to suggest, with the support of the mover of this motion, that it is indeed changed to a vote of no confidence in the State President. You move for that? Invite someone to move my suggested amendment, please. Rockingham. Thank you, Ibby. So it's seconded by Highgate. So I invite someone to speak to the amended motion, which is a vote of no confidence in the State President. Amend the amendment. Hold on. No, the motion's in front of us now, but thank you for the point. So, yep.
Yeah, so Duncan, I think in respect to that amended motion, what we've experienced has been a very significant breakdown in communication, if that's what it is, because what has been communicated to us, on one hand, is that nothing will be done with the property and without the permission of the sub-branch and its members, and then continued visits to our branch or meetings that have been held where it's been communicated to us not as an item for us to make a decision on, but as a part of a plan that is going to be executed. And then when we've asked questions about that, we've gone months and months without any written response. Right? There's a lot of things have been said, and there's not a robust commitment, binding commitment, and so we're basically operating in limbo or in fear that the board is going to come down and do something with our property at any time.
Yep, got it. And as it's a vote of no confidence in my ability, I'll just suggest that I've provided my guarantee, as I have, and I'll quite happily do it here in front of the entire membership. And constitutionally, I'm obliged to stand here and represent the decisions of the board, and I'm very comfortable doing that. The plan that you referred to is a property optimisation plan. We have, as pointed out by you, a number of properties across the state that are not optimised. And here we are trying to do it to generate revenue for the league and not being blocked. It's just been stalled. As I've said to you and your sub-branch on a number of occasions, the reason we keep coming to your sub-branch is to try and communicate with you. And those overtures have been not turned down but thrown back in my face. Your sub-branch initiated pseudo-legal letters to RSL WA. And if you start down that line, you're going to get a very different response to one that's collaborative and supportive. That wasn't a choice of this board. That was a choice of your sub-branch. So let's be clear about what we have and we haven't done. Yes, we bought the property next door. That was a sound investment decision. We bought a property in Applecross. Yes, did we have to draw down on interest to do it? Yeah, we did. But the capital growth in property in Applecross, how good's that going to be for generations of future veterans? So instead of the RSL selling high value land, we developed it, right? So yes, we do that. But we don't need to talk to a sub-branch about investment decisions we make. What decisions have actually been made about the Applecross sub-branch? None. Not a single decision has been made about the Applecross sub-branch. I've communicated that to you on more occasions than I can count, and yet, against your stated intention of wasting our time, we are here discussing a motion of no confidence in the state president. So happy for you to respond, mate.
Right.
And then I'll say it once more, and then we'll put it to a vote.
Okay, so how then do you account for the meetings in 2023 where our former president was called to a meeting at Anzac House and told to vacate the property because it was going to be sold, and the funds invested in a property in Port Kennedy? Subsequently, you attended a meeting at our sub-branch where the same thing was communicated, and then almost a year later, attended another meeting at our sub-branch where you communicated that the property next door had been purchased and that the intention of the board was to demolish both properties and to subdivide it and build rental units for increasing the income of the RSL WA.
Yep, happy to address that. So the first meeting, probably held by Vince Connolly with Helen, was about representing what was in the property optimisation report. No decision was made. No decision was made. The second part of that is the meeting when I came, I was representing the property optimisation report. I have a membership that is demanding, quite rightly so, that we don't put forward red budgets. We're trying to do that. We're trying to fix that problem. Still no decision was made. The third meeting where I came down and I said, yep, hey, we just bought the property next door because it's a sound investment. That's the decision to be made, but that actually hasn't impacted you guys. And so, yes, would we like to develop it? Absolutely we would, because it would benefit the entire league. What you've also failed to mention is we committed to giving you a new sub-branch. You forgot to mention that. So no decision has been made. I'll reiterate this. No decision has been made. 8 pages of legal advice was received on Wednesday this week about the ownership status of this, and it can only be best described, the best case, murky, is the overall ownership status. and indeed the duties of the trustees. So no decision's been made. All overtures have been in good faith. The overtures made by the CEO on behalf of me have not been reciprocated. That's the facts. So at that point, I'd like to formally put this to a vote, please. The motion being that there is a motion of no confidence in the State President of RSL WA. So the motion has not been carried. On that note, I am very comfortable to make this commitment right now to all sub-branches on behalf of the board, without consulting my colleagues, that nothing will happen to any sub-branch and their property and their arrangements without the agreement of that sub-branch. It's not going to happen. We are not bullies. We do not behave like that. Thank you very much. We move on to the point of order about item number 9. Yes, mate. Very happy for that to be minuted, mate. No problems. We do not hide. We have never hidden from our decisions. Now, moving on to a point of order, noting the time, is number 9 coming in as a matter of decision. I've been advised by the trustees that we are not able to do this. It actually breaches our bylaws. Further, Phil? 1.6, mate.
Last sentence of 1.6.
Phil, can you please stand up and read it out for everyone?
Like so much of our bylaws, can't hear me.
No.
I thought I was a retired brigadier and a high school principal, you'd be able to hear me easily. I've had whole halls of 2,000 students without needing a microphone.
They're not veterans, mate.
True. Standing orders in the bylaws 1.6 says in full, all motions and amendments will, if so required by the meeting concerned, be submitted in writing, signed by the mover and seconder. Such motions will be of an affirmative character and once they've been submitted will only be withdrawn by leave of the meeting or the amendment. Last sentence says, no motion vitally affecting the policy of the League will be submitted to a meeting without adequate notice. That's what it says.
I'm very comfortable.
So it would be up to the chair, I suspect, to decide whether it's of vital importance, etc.
So
I can only read out what the bylaws said, and that's to say they're often...
Phil loves the bylaws. I said you love, not written, which is herein lies the point about not being able to hear and needing to use microphones. So the expected value of that asset is of material significance. Therefore, it would be not only breaching the bylaws, but it would be irresponsible of the league, noting the legal advice received 2 days ago, to move that into a matter for decision. I'm incredibly comfortable to leave it as a matter of discussion, and we can discuss it at length after lunch, and I'm incredibly comfortable that we, the board here, takes a direction from the members on what we should do with respect to that motion. So that is the decision. Thank you. What I'm going to do after that excitement, it is 12:53. Instead of diving into matters for discussion, which there are numerous, is I'm advised that lunch will commence at 1300. So we will break. We'll adjourn the meeting now at 12:54. We will break for lunch. Nico, how long for lunch, mate? Ready to go? And we will recommence the meeting at 13:45. Thank you very much.
Only half an hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can start taking your seat, please.
Yeah, I'd love to. Well, we got way back this Thursday.
Yeah, this. Oh, no, it's not.
The 18th? No, Wednesday. Yeah, well, I'll be here. I'm sort of gearing.
It's not a vote. I think
John,
it's
because
discussion.
I'm trying to get my head around
I don't know.
what's going on.
Duncan will have to say.
And I've asked him to sort of chair this one, but
I
I'll
don't
be
think
at
it's
the meeting.
actually a vote.
And then okay. Yeah, that'd be good. What time? So it's.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
No.
number three.
Yep, on the
Why
poll.
do we meet
Yep.
at 3? Okay.
Number 3, yeah, right.
Okay. Well, that'd be good. Cool. Thanks.
Let's do it.
If people can just take their seats, please, just check your phones. We've got a pretty full afternoon of items for discussion. Thank you very much. The intention is that we'll work with Corpvote up the back to take various polls on these items of discussion. So the purpose being that we can get a guide from you about what you feel we should be doing without making it binding and without sort of doing all that stuff I spoke to at the start. So a little bit of a different approach, but as you come to expect, that's probably not the first time we've been a little bit different here in WA, so away we go. So before we get off, I have a raised hand, which is a question I'm happy to take before we start. Sir.
Kelvin, just wanted to know, if you're taking it under advisement but it's not going to be fixed,
Correct.
how are we going to know whether it's going to go ahead or not?
So what we'll do, that's a really good question. So what we'll do is, out of these, so let's say item number 1 for discussion receives a 90% overwhelming to do A, B or C, right? It becomes an action item on the board and it becomes incumbent on us to communicate that back to you all. It'll clearly be minuted about what happened, so there'll be a record of what the board was required to do, but we won't be in future Congresses referring to it as sort of formal business undertaken by. Does that answer your question, mate? And incredibly comfortable to provide running updates in sub-branch signal, president's forums, all the other various ways we communicate on the items we discussed this afternoon. So, are there any other questions about sort of the process and what we're seeking to do this afternoon? All right, with that in mind, we'll move into the first matter for discussion. And how I'm going to run this is I'm going to invite the sub-branch that has tabled this to come forward and essentially speak to the matter. I will then invite, and where's Mr. Burridge? 3 minutes, please, Blue. Sorry, mate, having a crack. But I'll then allow an opportunity for people to respond or ask questions and become a way to tease out particular issues or aspects of each of these. So we can gain a better understanding of each of these matters for discussion because they're all in their own right incredibly important. At the end of that, reading the room, sort of sitting here and looking out, once I feel we've sort of exhausted that avenue, we'll take the poll and then we'll move on to the next item. So that's how I propose to conduct the afternoon. At the end of that, we'll move into normal general business and we'll then be doing, after general business, we'll then announce the outcomes of the election and we'll close the meeting and finish the rest of our Saturday. So that's the plan. So with that in mind, I invite the Claremont sub-branch to come forward and address item number 1 in matters for discussion. Blue.
Is this on? Yep.
Well, you're up the front, mate.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty important. It's been 12 months since I was standing here, and I must admit I feel a bit like Captain Blackadder in General Melchett's boardroom, having just discussed the Western Front and the latest push and discovering we've covered enough ground to be able to shift his drinks cabinet from one side of the room to the other. In other words,
30 seconds.
Bugger all's happened. Bugger all's happened since a year ago. And a year ago I expressed not only my concerns, but all those of numerous sub-branches and RSL members across the state regarding the distressing treatment by Karrakatta Cemetery Board, where over 100 official tombstones commemorating our diggers were destroyed. Now, most of you are now fully aware of this tragedy thanks to the excellent article published by Ben Harvey exposing this outrage. It was a cracker. But for those of you who are unaware, Karrakatta, in the name of beautification, have completely erased all traces of these graves, even relegating some under footpaths or bench seats. Now, you might ask, do these graves deserve continued recognition? The answer, of course, is a resounding yes. They were offered to the families in perpetuity, so bear that in mind, in perpetuity. And the only expense being the personal epitaph at the family's expense. There was never a requirement to pay grave renewal fees. The lives of these diggers were cut short due to the horrors they encountered in the trenches of World War I. They deserve our support. Their mates established the RSL to ensure these scenarios would never occur. I am sure that every member of the RSL here today sees us as guardians of this country's military traditions and history. And if we can't support these families, why are we even members? I see there is a reputational risk to the RSL by not taking the bulls by the horns on this matter. One of RSL's values is advocacy. Why is the RSL WA Central determined to advocate for the Office of War Graves and the Metropolitan Cemetery Board rather than the veterans and their families? In 2022, RSL WA
John,
Congress...
Blue, 3 minutes, mate.
Hey?
3 minutes, mate.
Yeah, okay, I'm all up to one and a half.
No, wind up, mate.
Anyway, this committee was stacked with outsiders and disbanded in an act contrary. Now I can't talk about anything else. I've been muffled.
Mate, there's a number of war graves motions here, so there's been an opportunity to finish against all of them.
News. I want to box them all together because they're all under the same thing, and that's going to save you some time. So, those of you who watched the Dockers win on Anzac Day could not but be impressed by our President Duncan Anderson's forceful rendition of the ode, in which he belted out the words, "Lest we forget." Well, that's what I thought I heard, or was it, "Yes, we forget"? Many of these Karrakatta victims probably buried mates all over France, only to see their makeshift crosses blown to bits by artillery, thus condemning their graves to oblivion. Let us, as a responsible veteran body, ensure these Karrakatta boys don't suffer the same fate. Claremont RSL submitted 6 motions which, when all said and done, relate to the same issue. I therefore would like to move that the following motion incorporate all 6 motions. Save you a lot of hassle.
I don't know if Veterans War Grave saves us a lot of hassle, mate.
The RSL WA accept the original motion passed at Congress in 2022 to re-establish the Veterans War Graves Committee comprising of only RSL members to work towards a solution to ensure these forgotten soldiers receive the dignified recognition they deserve. Not a big ask, is it? So I ask you to support that.
Blue, thanks very much, mate. Appreciate it. What I'm going to do is everyone can see in the Private Fitzsimmons in the first one and subsequent motions some of the work that has gone on behind the scenes to not only ensure that these veterans are commemorated appropriately, but also done in a way that is fitting of their service. There is a lot of additional detail around terms like it's not a headstone, it's a marker, where, when and how the veteran passed away is incredibly important, and that is all in tow. All of that work is happening. The Office of the Australian War Graves emailed me yesterday, or was it Thursday? Thursday, to run a session here in Western Australia to talk about the Garden of Remembrance, because that's under renewal at the moment. The Garden of Remembrance at Karrakatta is unsafe at the moment, and so it's been closed for safety reasons. So there is a lot going on here. I can assure you, work is happening. What it doesn't look like is exactly what the Claremont sub-branch and the motion suggest, because that is simply, it's actually contrary. So on one hand, we're saying we're custodians of commemoration, which we absolutely are. Completely agree, Blue. Not a doubt in the world. But on the other hand, we're saying, oh, actually, the entity that's responsible to ensure that veterans are marked, graves are marked appropriately, we actually don't agree with you. We actually think we know better. That's not the case. The Office of the Australian War Graves is acting in the best interests of these interred veterans. They are working to get the families. What the solution doesn't look like is exactly how the Claremont sub-branch and others want us to go about solving the problem. So I'm incredibly comfortable to continue working with David, Blue, others on this, because it is important and it does need resolution. But there has to be give and take from both sides. And as one example, the granite, one of these is like-for-like materials. We have explored that and run that to ground. The Mundaring granite used on the original headstones doesn't exist. There is no like-for-like granite available for headstones.
Yes, there is.
There is.
So,
in Melbourne.
So these guys will say there is, and the Office of the Australian War Graves says there isn't, because the two reasons, which I have communicated to Dave, is that the granite doesn't look the same. It's actually a dark granite, and people are not sure that it is fitting of that sort of marker. So we can continue to talk around this for the next 5 years and argue about what the marker is. Meanwhile, the veterans lay inappropriately marked. Now, I will say that the Metropolitan Cemeteries Board has agreed as an interim step to identify every single site at Karrakatta as an interim step. So work is happening. Okay? Yes, mate. Happy to take a question.
Just out of curiosity, are there any more of these markers still at Karrakatta? And if there are they safe? Have they been given...
They're apparently not going to knock any more over. We've got to them in time.
Yeah.
But some of the other parts of the cemetery, like the Methodists and that, they haven't touched them. But they got into the proddies.
So I would expect in the future that there will be other parts of Karrakatta where this will become an issue, and that the headstones that are still there, the markers that are still there, that are made out of the Mundaring granite will come up for renewal, and they'll reach life of type. Most of them have been there for 100 years. And so the Office of the Australian War Graves, when we think of official war graves, we think of white crosses and Villas Bretonneux and all that beautiful stuff, right? That's what it's like. That is a different, for want of a better term, class of veteran. It's treated differently under policy and expectation. So the headstones that are at Karrakatta now, the markers, are different, will be different. And when they come up for grave renewal, which will happen, I'm sure, as night follows day, they'll be replaced. What I do expect, to that point, what I do expect is that the engagement with the families and stakeholders will be much better, because we all agree the way that it was happened in the first place, where they were just removed without consultation, was completely wrong. And both MCB and the Office of Australian War Graves have stuck their hand up and said, we stuffed that up, we need to do better next time. So I expect there will be a next time, but I also expect it'll be better. Yeah. Blue, you got anything you want to add, mate?
You've got to remember there's 1,500 vacant lots in the official war grave cemetery there, which can only be used on World War I and World War II. If you're going to do any exhuming, one of the big problems, of course, is always where are you going to put them? Well, you've got 1,500 lots there, and they've already put 5 Vietnam veterans in there with white tombstones. So I suggest blokes under the bench, under the footpath and all that sort of thing should be over there in a heartbeat. End of story.
Yeah, and I think on one hand, I would say, hey, yeah, completely agree. And then on the other hand, having seen the policy and looking at, because remember, we're also being asked for consistency of commemoration across Australia, right? That's one of the things that we're charged with as a league, or expected of us. The Office of Australian War Graves looks at how veterans' graves are marked across the world. And so we actually, in one respect, although we might feel different, we have to respect we have to respect how they go about their business, because that's their job.
Well,
now we might not agree. Blue, hold on, mate.
Point
Blue.
of order, and that is in 2019, they replaced a headstone in Karrakatta to James Burrows. And in Hobart, they put 3 headstones when they reinterred 3 World War I diggers. And that's in the Hobart Cemetery. So
Yep.
they can do it.
We
They're
asked
just ducking and diving. That's what they're doing.
Mate, we asked the question about the 3 in Tasmania because we were pretty interested in that, because it pops up for that very reason, to say, hey, if you're doing it over there, why can't you do it here? What it turns out is there are 2 veterans there that are in a different class of deceased veteran to the veterans at Karrakatta. Their 3rd veteran is actually in the same class as the veterans at Karrakatta. The decision, the exemption given by the Office of Australian War Graves, was for that one, because why do 2 and have one sitting next to it that's completely different? So 2 of the 3 are in a different class compared to Karrakatta. The other one's in the same, but an exemption for that one specific case was given. So that's the story behind those 3.
Duncan, can I please just have
Sure,
a
mate.
couple seconds?
Briefly, please.
Look, I just want to say it's been a bit of a journey for me in regards to this particular issue. And being the president of the Claremont RSL, we do not claim that a headstone is a superior form of commemoration, right, to a pedestal marker. The issue that we've had over this period of time is the 100+ headstones that were taken away under the renewal program that we believe should be replaced. Now, going forward, if there's other headstones or there's other ways of doing things, we are quite prepared to go down that track and work with the RSL Central in doing so. The problem being is that 100 or so headstones that were taken away, they were put aside, their names were taken off the headstones, they were kept for renewal purposes and a whole lot of other stuff like that as well. We still believe that 110 can be replaced. There is, as Blue has said, there's no further headstone going to be removed from Karrakatta. So that is a big win in that regard. It's to replace or find out a solution to those 110 that are now without a headstone. And that is the most important part of all this.
And so, as you can see, there's a lot going on here. I think I'll only probably disagree with you on one thing, Blue. We are doing something about this, and have been doing something about this, but with the Office of Australian War Graves, their responsibility, their sacred duty, is indeed to manage war graves and veterans, how veterans are marked across the world. And so that's what we're working with. I fear that if a working group was to be re-established, it would, as the last one did, focus simply on the marker and lose sight of actually fixing the problem. And we just end up in this circular discussion week in, week out about how it's marked, and meanwhile veterans are lying in graves that are not appropriately marked.
Duncan, I probably...
And so I know Dave's going to disagree with me on this, and I know Blue disagrees with me on this, but that's what's happening. Dave.
You're right. I do disagree in regards, and it's always been my stance.
Thanks, mate.
It's always been my stance, and I still believe, as Blue said, they can be replaced and they can be put back. And it doesn't matter about the headstone or the granite, whatever it is. It can be sourced and it can be done. It's just that, unfortunately, the Office of Australian War Graves are being hardball and they just will not compromise in that regard.
Yeah, and so what I would like to suggest, Dave, is the next time the Office of Australian War Graves is across, we will approach them, you, me, CEO, Blue, you can join us, and we'll sit down and we'll talk with them about, talk this issue through, right? Because otherwise, the new, the lady that's in there at the moment, she's outstanding, and she just wants this resolved. So let's do that as a next step, and I'm incredibly happy to report that. Mate, at the moment, until we can resolve the issue on how the graves are marked, there is no point in re-raising that working group.
There's no issue. It was these
No, there is an issue, mate.
tombstones were given in perpetuity. You know what that means? With
So-
no requirement for ongoing fees. So we don't have to revisit the past and say, how did we assess this bloke? He's dead.
So, Blue,
We've got an obligation to look after him.
Blue, with the greatest respect, mate, with the absolute greatest respect, we're all trying to solve the same problem here. We're all trying to fix this, and at the moment, RSL WA is in the middle of yourselves and the Office of Australian War Graves. We want the problem solved. That
They're
working
about
group...
money. We're about what's
No,
right.
no, they're actually not, mate. Money isn't the issue with this. It's not. Money isn't the issue. 2021, the first meeting I had, in the interim period, when Peter Aspinall stepped down, was with the director of the Office of Australian War Graves. I said, we'll pay for it. We'll pay for every single one. Don't care. Money's not an issue. Money from their perspective is not an issue. It's not about the money. It's about the application of the standard by the Office of Australian War Graves. And that's the point of difference. So until we can resolve that, there is no point in the working group going, because that's all it will focus on, and it won't actually get at fixing the problem.
Well,
Duncan.
I've got a motion going, so I suppose the...
So what I'm happy to do is let's get a guide from you all about what this is. Yeah, sure, Joe.
I've got two questions actually. One is, what is the opinion of the Office of War Graves at the moment as to an appropriate marker? And the second one is, if the reason that they can't be marked as a war grave is because they died here in Australia, why is there no reason why, as an RSL who advocates for living and dead veterans, that we can't advocate for a change of policy?
So we can certainly try to second question first, which is always the best way to do it. We can always advocate for a change of policy. That would be an interesting exercise, because to change a policy that's been in place and applied globally since 1952 would be a challenge. So
They're in here.
yeah, so that's the answer to that question. So that's something we'd actually have to think about.
Well, I don't shy away from the hard things.
Yeah, if I was a betting man, I think there would be pretty low level of appetite from the government to change that policy, because it impacts so much other stuff, right? And on the first question, all the information is in the pack, is around the different types of markers, because headstones is not the it's a grave marker, and understanding the entitlement, and I hesitate to use that word, but let's just, for argument's sake, let's just say entitlement, is also captured in this information. So again, my view is that we have an opportunity with the Office of Australian War Graves coming across. They've made the offer to engage with us, and that we sit down and we continue to work through this, because at the moment, there's, as Blue's quite rightly pointed out, there's 100+ veterans lying in graves that are not appropriately marked. And that's the problem we're trying to fix. And
who were offered a gravestone in perpetuity.
I might need to check Google about what perpetuity means, mate, but yeah.
It's well worth looking up. It means you can't touch the bloody things.
So what I propose is, I want to do a couple of things here. The first one is to get a guide from the members on whether, as a first item, so for court vote back there, Pam. So the first item that they'll load up, and we just want to get a guide from you all, is whether we should be advocating for a change of policy at the federal government level to try and address this. So that's the first question I have for you. So it's a yes or no. Yes, should we be advocating at the federal government level for a change of policy? Jane raised a good issue. So I'll let that one's, I'll let you sit with that, and then gentlemen, I'll come to your next lot of questions, okay? So let's just, if you can all use your little machines, that'd be great. Thank you.
Come through yet?
No, I just talked about that one. Weren't you listening?
Is it working? Have you done it? How come it wants to come up?
Yeah. No. They've just basically got 1, 2, 3. So I say, hey, this is a
okay.
And they've just got a blank thing there, item 1, and then they.
I'm not getting it. Yeah, probably. I'm not getting them at all.
You happy with that? I'm not happy with it, but happy with how it's sort of progressed.
On this one.
It's just hard. It's messy. Yep. Yeah, no, I got it, mate. Yeah, no, we're not speaking to any of these. Just so everyone knows, it's my intention now just to field a couple of questions, but move through these listed items because some of them are a bit different, and we should be able to get people's guide, and then communicate back to you all how we're going to approach it. So, but yeah, no, it's a good point, mate.
And do we need to consider?
No. Well, he's only going to speak to it once rather than speaking to it 5 times.
Try to get it. I haven't got anything. Know what happened? It just didn't come up.
Have you?
Yeah, I've done the whole I turned it off.
May I ask, please? I've been tracking the electronic voting system. Sorry. Thanks.
Thank you. Cottesloe, Nigel Earnshaw. I've just been tracking the electronic version of for the voting, and there was an item 4, but now a bunch have appeared down to 9 war graves, 8. I'm just not sure what I should be. Which
item 1. Just everyone vote on item 1. On item 4.
Okay.
And then we move on.
Okay. Thank you.
Just the ones that are green, if you could.
Ones that are green. There's none
She's
green.
come, no.
Yeah.
It's not coming up for my voting, so I've done it a couple of times. It just won't come up. And it's not let me in. Oh, you're not let me in. Okay, right.
Please let Dave Thomas
That's probably
in.
Duncan set it out.
Yeah, no, it's me. I'm managing it behind the scenes, mate.
No, it's not. It's them. They're good. No, it's not an operator problem. She's got to do the proxies. Send on the proxies. Yeah. Just if you are a proxy voter, they haven't come up yet. So if you're wondering why they're not showing on your screen, she's just fixing them now. So if you're a proxy voter, they should come up in a sec. Okay. Yeah.
It doesn't just have one item to vote on in relation to the...
Yeah, I know.
Now
I know.
It's come up.
Yep, we're going to bounce through the next ones now, mate.
Okay.
Yep.
refresh the page. Oh, okay.
So what I'll do is we're going to pause this in about we'll give another minute or so, and then we'll take whatever's there. And I'll just invite, for those that are having problems accessing, just stick your hand up and the team will come around and sort of help you do that, just so we can move on and make sure we actually have some time on Saturday.
Yeah, it's come up, done it.
And can't do anything about it.
No, my item has its 4.5C of the bylaws. Item 5 is the last one.
All right. Janine gave me a look. I'm not sure if it was a good look or a bad look. We'll pause the voting there on that from technology perspective. As the results coming up, what I would like to do, please, is if you look at the discussion item number 2, which is the motion or the intention is to replace any removed granite headstones with like-for-like materials. That's the next one. We're seeking your support to gain, and it's should we do that or should we not do that?
I've done it.
And you've heard both sides now, so I'm not going to go into any other detail. So that's the one we're on now, please.
Yeah.
I've heard that somebody has been down to Karrakatta Cemetery and actually found the original headstones somewhere at the cemetery, and the names have been, they've been cleaned off to be reused.
Shaved. Yep.
So why wouldn't we just be pushing that those headstones are re-engraved and?
So there's we've asked that question a few times. I've not seen it personally, but it sounds from this that I better go and see it personally. 5 and 6. What we have been told is that remember, it comes back to the standard of the commemoration. These headstones get so old that you continue to shave and shave and shave, and it actually doesn't do the original intention justice. So they get past the point of no return. Are they right? And in private Fitzsimmons information there's a headstone that's being kept. There's actually, I think there's a handful of Mundaring stone headstones sitting there, like a small number, like less than 10, but they're actually keeping those for war dead that might need to be used in the war cemetery. So, yeah. But
can I just answer that too, Duncan? I know you might that those headstones were originally taken off the 110, and they have been shaved.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we've lost those particular headstones to those where they should go back, but that's what we're fighting for, to have them replaced.
Yeah. So, and the question is the like-for-like question. So, headstone, marker, does the granite exist, does the granite not exist, da-da-da-da-da. So, but taking your lead on this would be helpful. Thank you. So, item number 2. So the first one about advocating for a policy change. We had 58 for yes and 18 for no. So we'll commence exploring that with Minister Keogh's office and see what that could and would look like, and we'll report back on that.
Duncan, can I please bring up one final point?
No, please don't.
It's a discussion point. It's a discussion point.
We've got to move through this.
Yeah, it's one discussion point. I've got to bring it up. You talk about the Veterans War Grave. It was brought up in the Congress in 2022. It's still a live motion. So whether we continue on with it or it sits there or we have it dissolved, it's got to be sorted out one way or another.
So with the subcommittee, I and others will be incredibly comfortable with re-establishing or putting people back in it and doing the work if and when the issue about the markers is resolved.
Thank you.
Okay? So once the markers, we get an answer on whether it's like for like or markers, and we get an agreed position on that, incredibly comfortable for that working group to be re-established, because then we can actually get after the business of who's there and make sure they're commemorated properly. So I think that's probably a fair middle ground,
Yep.
Right?
Just to make sure that motion is still in vogue. It hasn't been.
Let's not get into that.
Okay.
I think you've got your intent. You've got what you want, mate.
Thank you. Not
so
yet, not quite, but we'll get there.
All right, so 59 seek us to pursue like for like, and 8 no. So we'll continue to pursue that, but for the people that voted to support that, you need to be aware that is pushing many things uphill with a very pointy stick. All right, but we'll pursue that and we'll report back to people. One stick, mate, little stick. The third one is discussion item number 3, that the intent of and the wording of the motion, as just put by David, be kept. And the official position is that there's a working group. Like I said, I'm incredibly comfortable that there's a working group if and when, not if, but when we resolve the issue of how each gravesite is marked.
Okay.
Mate, I'm hoping that it's a combination. Sorry, for those online, Blue just asked who is the royal we when describing who decides this. I'm hopeful that we can land a position that yourselves, the Office of Australian War Graves, and our members are all comfortable with. But like I said, that's not going to be easy, and that's going to take a long time. I'm just giving you the heads up, mate. I'm comfortable that this is where people want us to go, but people need to know that this is going to take a really, really, really long time, and in the intervening period, they're unmarked. No, it's not. Please don't do that again.
Next.
So number 3, yep, it's coming through shortly.
Six? No. That's 6 is a different motion. That's a different item.
Now we're up to 3,
Yeah, 3 and 4.
So we're asking people to identify their preference for agenda item number 3, or item number 3, please, as matter for discussion. Yep, brilliant. So item number 3, yes is 46 and no is 7. So that is clear and comfortable to work within those guidelines. Item number 4 about this is from the Claremont sub-branch is the Congress resolution binds RSL WA directors and sub-branches, the Veteran Graves Committee, established by the resolution as the body authorised by Congress to represent RSL WA on this matter. This is something that, personally, I'm incredibly uncomfortable with. Although some people might see the article in the West Australian as incredibly helpful, other people see it as pretty inflammatory and unhelpful. One thing we pride ourselves on, and we should continue to pride ourselves on, is being balanced in how we represent to the media and to make sure we represent the best interests of the league. So happy to take people's guide on this, but we need to be really aware of diluting messages that go out is dangerous for us all. But I'll leave it to your preference. So we're looking at motions for discussion. Item number 4, please.
Keep going.
Yeah, I know they're different, mate. Which is there 7 on the screen? Item 7 on the screen. Thanks, Scott.
Mine's 4.
What's 4? Cool.
Replace the heads. Yep.
Yeah, that's what everyone's saying. So Duncan's saying
Oh,
it's
okay.
about the committee.
Yeah, that's I think number 4 is that one. It's not being put up properly.
No, the number
Constitution.
4 is about the committee.
Place heads under
the communication.
Yep. Number 3, see, it's gear right. 4 is come up as 3.
4 is 3.
Mr. President. Microphone, please, mate.
Go to the front.
We've got people online, so if we can get the microphone so those online can hear us, please.
Thank you. Cottesloe, Nigel Earnshaw speaking. I just wanted to observe a point on this item number 4, which should be item number 7 on the voting app that we're using. It seems to me the motion is inviting the Veteran Wargrave Committee, which we have just agreed to reawaken, re-establish. It seems to me that the way this is written allows that committee to go and represent the RSL's interests outside the RSL. If I'm right in reading it like that, I feel like I can't support the motion, and I must say the Veterans Wargraves Committee is to give information to the President, and the President represents RSL WA at the issue.
Yeah, that's my personal view, mate. That's how we work. That's the structure we work within. So yeah, that's what I think should be happening.
Okay.
This is a very sharp turn away from what I think we should be doing, because where does it stop, and who else is going to comment on the matters of RSL WA? So, yep.
Yep. Thank you.
Non-binding.
Non-binding.
But we get a pretty clear lead. Yeah. But the numbers are showing that people aren't people aren't engaging with it. But it's like of all the delegates here. So, thanks, Janine. So, with item number 4, there are 29 for yes and 43 for no. So, with the greatest respect to the team at Claremont, communicating that openly to everyone, we'll continue sort of the standard protocol. But as I do, I'll endeavour to make sure everyone's interests are represented accurately. Moving right along. Item number 5 on your agenda. Scott, what number is that in the system, please, mate? 8. So we're looking at number 8 in your there. Is that it's sort of the same again, but it's headstones, not pedestal markers, are to replace the headstones removed from the war graves. That is a like-for-like replacement. I feel we've already actually covered this, and I'm comfortable that the course of action that you've asked us to pursue is like-for-like. It was 59 to 8.
Yep.
So with the Claremont sub-branch, are you happy if we move past this one?
Yep.
Blue, you happy if we move past this one? All right. Item number 6. Which would be number, Scott, in the system, 9. Mate, there's a lot going on in my head at the moment. 6 plus 3 is a real strep. Affected war graves are either to be reinstated or the veterans to be reinterred at the Perth War Cemetery. So let's be clear here. What we would be asking is to breach, or is not to breach, is a change to sort of long-standing policy on war dead. War cemetery, I understand, is reserved for those that died in conflict, and it's bounded quite tightly. The veterans at Karrakatta may have died as a result of service, most likely did, but they didn't die in the conflict. So what we would be asking is to change the status of veterans that are interred at Karrakatta. And again, if you look at it from an OAWG perspective, what does that open up? So that's the what's being asked here. So happy to take your guidance on this about where you would like us to go. please. 9, mate.
Last one.
Yeah, and again, that's even if it's doable. We're not. There's some of this. We'll take your guidance, and if we can't do it, we'll tell you we can't do it. So, 9's not open. It's 8 now.
We skip one. It's because we skip one. It's now 2 plus the number, not 1 plus 3.
No, just for corp vote, we skipped past 8. We're now on 9, please.
7. We haven't got 7. 6 is the last one.
Oh, KO one, mate. I'm kidding. It's going to turn the footy on.
No, I don't know. All they've been using some of their beef tanks, particularly in the Commonwealth, they get it over the places.
That's the beef in July. It's just it.
Yeah.
But you don't, the ones that are in the old part of the cemetery, when the fuse goes, it doesn't seem to know. That's the issue. And the ones that are in the Commonwealth, they have a particular
I don't even know what that is.
Sorry, can I ask a question for next year? Can we next year for the matters of discussion, can we have them run sequential to the app? Because I think this is causing a lot of confusion.
Is this confusion?
Yes. We'll do what we can.
Looking at that, you missed all the discussion.
Yes. No, we've.
Well, I've missed half the discussion by trying to work out his stupid app. Well, it's true. I can't take.
Well, stick as I suggested. If you need help, stick your hand up. Someone will come and give you a hand. Nearly gave you the microphone. What we're trying to do is we're trying to set this up so people can join these meetings remotely. That's why we're doing that. So I understand there's some challenges with it. I apologise for that. I didn't wake up this morning and say, hey, I want to give the entire RSL WA State Congress the shits by having the app not work. That's not what I set out to do. But yeah, granted. Janine's
Duncan,
having fun too.
Duncan, just quickly, could we at least stick to the original agenda items? You've now moved into renumbering these matters for discussion, and that doesn't match up with what we're seeing on the app. So people at home are going to be even more...
Hey, yeah, no, I get it. Yep. And when we stood up, Blue said he wanted to roll all of them into one, and there's actually 6 here that we need to deal with individually.
Yep.
So I got it. It's confusing. Is it ideal? No. Will we fight through, so to speak? Yes, we will. So interestingly, with this one, with the Perth War Cemetery, it's yes for 32 and no for 23. So that's a bit of a split view by the membership, and gives us an indication about which way we should go. Rightio, let's pause and reset with our friends at Corp Vote up the back.
Duncan.
Yes.
RSL, the problem is that some phones are saying 8 as the item number and some phones are saying 9, and people are getting very confused with that.
Yes, yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
not mine.
So what we're going to do is, while we have the next discussion from Mount Barker, before I invite Mount Barker up to raise this, so for Corp Vote, Pete, crew up the back, we are on discussion item number 7, and that will be the next one we're going to do, which will be 9. So, yep. So invite Mount Barker to come forward to speak for this, please.
Because I need the lectern.
My name's Robert Lynn. I'm the president of the Mount Barker RSL sub-branch. And in 2022, I was the secretary and I raised a motion, which was then carried, to conduct a survey not only of the sub-branches, but of our surrounding areas and people within. That was later quashed, basically. And my question to all of you here is, if we form a quorum, then what we decide should be what happens. Otherwise, we're wasting our time here and a lot of fuel and money. So the motion is quite simple. It says, if a motion which has been accepted and carried out a meeting, which has been deemed a quorum, can only be amended or quashed at another meeting deemed a quorum. That's the motion.
So invite anyone to raise any points. We don't need to second it. Is there any other discussion points on this?
Is that not already the case?
It is. Where we run into differences is when a motion is put, we think we've done it, it doesn't meet the expectations of those that originally put the motion forward in the first place, there's a difference of opinion, and then this comes up. That's it. So at the moment, matters for decision, being binding, being the 3 matters we dealt with this morning, are binding. So I don't think there would be any disagreement with this, but happy for us to bounce through this. So I understand it's number 9, Jeff, is the one we're on now. Yep.
My point is the questionnaire was never, the survey was never conducted.
That's not what the motion is about.
There will be.
Yep, so it's item 7 is number 9, item 8 is number 10. Yep.
Next motion, item 8. What was that? Yeah.
Yep.
I'll quickly update the PowerPoint.
Yeah, cool.
And get them voted.
Yeah, so as soon as it's done, just let us know and we'll move on.
Video.
All right, with that one, someone doesn't think we should be bound by decisions made at Congress, but it was 56-1. So very happy to move on to the next one, which is listed in your agenda as item number 8. And to make sure we keep complex and not complicated, it is number 10 in your voting machine. Mr. Mount Barker.
They told him now.
Yeah, risk operation.
Just read it off there now.
Read it.
Thank you. In line with that, we looked at having that survey conducted and engaging, as we were going to with the original, with another external organisation. And I'll run through it quickly. on the 31st of December, we had 116 sub-branches. We're now down to 112. The question is why? Why are we losing sub-branches? Why are we losing people? Why aren't we getting people? And they do die. And we've had 5 funerals in not so long a time, so it happens. One part is we call ourselves the RSL, and in 1990 we were the R and SL. It is on our badges and a little "and", but a lot of people we talk to, we conduct sausage sizzles and all the rest to try and engage with our community. We have veterans there by term that don't believe they can join the RSL because they never went anywhere. So we need to be all inclusive, and we need to promote the fact that we are the R and SL, not just the RSL. I have a neighbour I've known for 19 years. He hasn't applied for his DFM or gone to DVA because, again, a lot of us served post-Vietnam, and as you know, the politics of the day weren't pleasant. So a lot of people got out of the system, served their 4 years, their 3 years or their 6 years, and then just disappeared. They won't show up in statistics because they've never applied for any medals or gone to DVA. They've just gotten on with their lives. So I approached an organisation called Research Solutions Team to formulate and conduct a survey that, when complete, will allow RSL WA to formulate plans processes that will enable us to move forward and grow as an organisation. And again, I'll do this as quickly as possible. The best times for us to conduct any sort of survey are Remembrance Day and Anzac Day, or the periods around there, because we still get that support from the public. Vietnam Veterans Day will also be a good time because, again, most of us conduct these services. We see people with medals and then they just disappear. And we need to know why they don't find us relevant. And we all have our own stories and we respect that. But we could start asking some questions. If this survey were to occur, basically, Research Solutions will run the activity, but we go back to our respective sub-branches and we can ask questions of our people and the people around our area who know us, and then submit the information by end of September to RSL WA and the Research Solutions team, who will process the survey and prepare it by the end of October. It'll be launched in first week of November. Information gathered by December, and they will have a formal report to deliver to RSL WA by end of January.
So what I'm going to do
Costs coming up. Yep.
So you wind it up, please, mate.
Wind up.
Yep.
The total cost will be $38,680, which equates to $345.36 a sub-branch. And we believe that that money is well spent if we move forward. That's a very abbreviated form, but that's basically it.
No, appreciate the work that's gone into that, because there is work that's gone into it, and thank you. The problem we all face is we intuitively know the reason we haven't been able to push for new members is because our systems don't work. They will. The reason we've not been able to push for new members is we don't have a value proposition that's yet defined. The ops team's working on that. The reason we haven't been able to push for new members is we have been somewhat busy dealing with matters that actually don't add immense value to the league and veterans, right? And there's a whole plethora of things, and I don't need to get into it. My view is that conducting a survey of RSL sub-branches, or even RSL sub-branches conducting a survey, we're looking at the wrong people. The people that aren't the members of the league are the ones we need to be asking the question. And the problem we have is we're not engaging with them anyway. So I hesitate at doing something like this, because if you ask the same question, you're going to get the same answer. And at the moment, the people who want to join the league are not currently in this room. So I'm hesitant for that reason. And you'll find that there are different views about whether a survey has been conducted or not. I'll get to you in a second, mate. And the cost is not insignificant. So, yep, happy for a further point. Yes, mate.
Stephen O'Neill, Elmbrook RSL. My talk is about when I first joined the sub-branch in 2001. I wasn't aware that I could be an RSL member. I was in the Army Reserve for 19 years and no one ever told me that I could be an RSL member. So you've got to value a whole heap of people in the reserves that probably don't know, because no one tells you that you are able to be a member of the RSL. So that might be a place we can go and advertise with them.
We are.
Come on and do it. So,
That's why Commander 13 Brigade was here today, and RSM 13 Brigade. I still serve in the Army Reserve. My unit is partnering with the Bicton Palmyra RSL, so it's happening, right? So that is happening. So the work is happening. We're not sitting there idly saying or waiting to do a survey to inform a plan. The plan's there. It's called our strategy. The strategy has objectives, and we are doing that right now. We are looking to pair with current units that are out there. We are looking. We've now got the system that actually enables us to take new members. The system will allow us to do a virtual sub-branch. The system will allow us to do a whole lot of other things. My view, and this is me, I think the board's probably in agreement that this would be interesting but not compelling. Yes, mate.
The survey is not just about sub-branches, it's a survey to the members of the public as well.
No, I get that. I was
just going to say, that's great, we covered the reservists. Let's get that word out to the public.
We are. So only late last week I got a correspondence back from, what's Ken Burley's rank? Captain Ken Burley at Stirling, full-time. Very keen to partner his ships with RSL sub-branches.
Again, that's within the military. I'm talking about
Yeah. No, that's why we do Facebook. That's why we do Anzac Day. That's why we do all that stuff. Is all part of engagement. Yes. Where are we? Yep.
Zoe from the Pingelly RSL. I think I can speak not on behalf, but for myself and a few other of the contemporary veterans, that when we approach the RSLs, we haven't been welcomed. We've been met with hostility. So, and that's gotten out to the rest of our community, is we feel that the RSL isn't for us, it's for the older veterans.
Yep.
And now you guys are realising that your membership's dropping off for one reason. And the people that are supposed to bring it forward never felt welcome, so now they don't want to help you.
Yeah, so I completely agree, Zoe. That's why we approached it the way we've approached it, which is we need to engage with veterans more broadly first. We need to tell people what we're about. We need to demonstrate value through deeds, not words. And then, as a second order effect, people can join. So that's what we've been doing. So let's come back to the item for discussion is on a survey. So I now invite you, if we can open that one up, and we'll invite people to give us a guide on this survey, please. Thank you. For everyone's information, there are 11 yeses and 57 noes. So the answer that we will endeavour to provide is more of an understanding of what we're doing and why we're doing it. So people understand, like, we're taking these issues into account. So do we need to do a survey to do that? No. But how can we keep progressing and trying to fix the problem as identified by Mount Barker, which is we don't have people joining the league. That's essentially the problem we're trying to solve and understand why. Yeah, no, get the public perception bit too, mate. Right, so in your agenda is item number 9, which in your system is ownership of the Applecross sub-branch. Adam.
Let's try to get through this as quickly as possible. Eh? So I think from the previous item that we put forward, I think everybody has a good understanding of the reason I'm standing here, and also the reason why this has been moved by the chair to a matter for discussion as opposed to decision. I'd like it minuted that we disagree and object to that, and that under 9.41 and 9.42 that it should be put to the Congress as a motion for decision. Okay? Just, can we have that minuted?
We take minutes of the meeting, mate.
Yep. Okay. So what we'd like to do with this is just add, given your objection on a legal basis, amend the motion for discussion or the matter for discussion by adding to the extent permitted by law.
To the extent of what, sorry?
Permitted by law.
On the motion, yeah, I think permitted by law makes perfect sense. I mean, clearly we can't do things that are illegal anyway, so...
Yes.
Sure.
Well, that's why we didn't put it in there originally. But for the purposes of now getting direction from the other branches, if we add that to make it clear, that what we're asking for is direction from the Congress to the board in relation to the statement that you made earlier about not doing anything with sub-branch properties, right, without the permission of the sub-branch.
Yeah, so I don't know how many more times it needs to be said, we will not do anything to a sub-branch without the sub-branch's agreement. Okay. And I'm confused and somewhat frustrated that we're coming back to this boy again, and I'm desperately wanting to move on from this.
Okay.
Please.
Right.
Is there anyone else who wishes to ask any questions or speak about this? All right, I invite people to provide their directional guidance on essentially RSL WA transferring ownership of a multi-million-dollar asset to someone else that doesn't belong to the league. Microphone, Dave.
Yeah, Dave Mabbs, City Manager RSL. Still don't know what we're voting for.
Number 11, mate.
Yeah, I know that.
So basically, the question is, so if you think that the board should pursue a course of action that sees us transferring ownership of the land of the Applecross sub-branch to a third-party trustee outside of the RSL, then vote yes. If you think that we should not do that, then vote no, please. That's what the motion says, mate.
Sorry.
That's not what it says. What it's saying is that the property is held on trust for the benefit of the sub-branch, and that at the moment the trustee is RSL WA, and by some of the actions and communications that have been taken, they're not consistent with the trustee acting in its capacity as the trustee. And so what we're asking for is not for it to be transferred outside. What we did propose was that that trustee would be with appointees of the sub-branch,
So
which does continue
let's-
to make it part of RSL.
Okay, great. So let's then drill into that. The advice received, which you'll soon be furnished with a full copy of, is that due to the progression of time, due to indeed some actions taken by the Applecross sub-branch in 2013 to incorporate, the actual legal status is unknown, and indeed the duties of a trustee are also not clear. So if the duties are not clear, how could we have breached them? So your assertion that we have breached that is offensive and unhelpful. But the motion is in front of us. I invite members to please provide us some guidance on that.
Could I just make a comment? If this motion was to go ahead, it sets a precedent. Now, if this had happened 12 months ago and we set that precedent, the mob that was running Nollamara RSL would have the opportunity to go and say to RSL WA, you guys can bugger off because we want this, and the precedent has already been set for us to transfer the ownership of this property.
Agreed.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
Adam, please sit down, mate. We are voting on this. Jane made a point. You've made your point a couple of times. We don't need to keep going around this out of respect of everyone in this room and what we're trying to achieve.
Not today, mate. Not today. Not today. No, please. Not today.
Thanks, Janine. There is 3 votes for yes and 64 votes for no. That's a pretty resounding result. Thank you. We'll certainly take that into account. Again, I would like to reinforce, we'll not do anything without sub-branches' support. We'll also not do anything to breach our fiduciary duties, and we'll always act in the best interest of the league. Moving right along. Highgate. Our friends at Highgate. Number 10. Item 10 in your agenda, item 12 on your system. Mr. Bill Munro, I welcome you to the microphone.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Very kind of you. This motion looks at the way that the Anzac Club should provide benefits to its members. And I must admit, we start by agreeing with the letter that the state president sent out accompanying the agenda, that operational matters should be left to the hands of the operators and to our executive, and constitutional matters to the board and the like. But when we get to the stage where a sub-branch like Highgate feels that the operation's not doing what it should be, what else can we do but bring it to the attention of Congress? Now, Anzac Club is not owned by Highgate, it's not owned by the board, it's not owned by the trustees, it's owned by you. You as members of the RSL and your fellow members. But at this stage, we make it fairly hard for you. So if North Beach Sub-Branch, for example, rings up and says, oh, I'd like to make a booking for lunch on Monday. Sorry, we're closed. I'd like to come in, Cottesloe says, we'd like to come in for a drink on Thursday. No, we close at 4:30. Well, maybe we could have a bottle of wine over dinner on Friday. No, the kitchen's not open. And besides, if you come in, well, we're closing at 7:30 anyway. So we make it very, very difficult for you. The club is open for about 30 hours a week. And as evidenced by the board's response to this motion, that 30 hours a week is costing the league $500,000. This year, last year, the year before. So I don't blame the current membership, the current CEO, the current CFO, the CIO, and the other O's that we have around the place. It's been an ongoing drama. So the board and the operational people have decided, well, we better address this. So what do we do? Well, let's hit the RSL members, the veterans, in the hip pocket. We're going to increase the price of lunches and the price of drinks, and also the cost of events to ex-service organisations. They say 40 to 50% increase. Wow. I didn't know the pot of soup sitting on the stove in the kitchen went up by 42%. I didn't know that the dessert that we brought in from outside went up by 42%. But then I do ask, well, what effort did operations make to make sure that the 42% was not 42%, was probably closer to 8 or 10%?
So we'll start wrapping it up there. I'll get your intention, mate, please.
So what happens then is that I looked at that a little bit further and said, well, okay, what difference does that make to us, to the veterans? We know it's hitting them in the hip pocket. What difference does it make to the $500,000 loss? And over the space of a year, I think it made a difference of about $5,000 to $8,000. So we've still got a major problem. Where's the other $492,000 going to be covered? Because we do need Anzac Club to make a profit, or at least break even, so we can get a benefit. Now, unfortunately,
Bill,
with due respect to the board,
yep.
There's not one who has got hospitality experience or hospitality venue experience. Not their fault, they're hard-working people, but they lack experience in that and in brain surgery. So you wouldn't trust them to fix your brain, so they don't know. What we need to do is for the board to discuss about calling in some experts. Because years ago we used to have a couple of people on the board who were
Bill,
very...
Wind up, please.
Okay. We had people on the board like Maurice Brockwell, who was an experienced hotelier. In those days, it made a profit. These days, it's that we need to bring in experienced people, and we need the board think about making some
That's
very
enough, mate.
serious
Please
decisions.
sit down, Bill. That's enough.
Very serious decisions
Bill,
about how to move on.
Bill, got it. Firstly, on behalf of the members that are here today and my directors, I want to thank Nico and the team at the Anzac Club for the excellent work they're doing in fighting uphill to address the challenges that we currently face. That was eloquently outlined by Bill. So, Nico, to you and your team, thank you. This year is a turning point, as we discussed yesterday, and we're looking forward to continued improvement. So that I know Bill was not intending for that to sound as a go against you or your team, mate. But I'll just be really open about that. The second thing that we've done is we have somewhat taken the brakes off the team, because our liquor licence in perpetuity for the last 100 odd years was a member-based organisation. Sorry? Yeah. Oh, good joke. Too soon. Way too soon. But we have had a liquor licence which is a member-based liquor licence. So people have to be members of the club to come in. So everyone in Perth thinks, this is actually linked to the point from Mount Barker, perception versus reality, right? So everyone thinks that you have to be a member of the RSL or have served to come into the Anzac Club. We need to change that view. And we only just changed the liquor licence. It was about, 3 months ago. 3 months ago? So we've only just changed. So we've finally got the right liquor licence to do what we need to do on level 1. The second thing is, we would love for level 1 to be open more, because that means it's generating more revenue. But we are currently on a very fine line, because on one hand, you're quite rightly all holding us to account about cash flow and revenue and the finances. Couldn't agree more. On the other hand, hey, we want the club open more. It gets really tough, which again, I know is very well recognised by Highgate. The final part of this is that this building needs to wipe its own nose. And we entered into this not fully, I would say, as a league, understanding what we are signing up for. Our function floors on 5, 6 and 7 to date, today, have done, up until today, the same amount of business that we did all of last year. So the function floors are going gangbusters. We haven't yet solved the problem of level 1. What we do offer is a 20% discount to veterans, which is built into the finance model. What I would love to be, dearly love to be able to do, is to essentially have a line item in the budget that doesn't actually take away from Nico and put pressure on the team to find more savings, but says, hey, we've actually got some extra money as a league, we're going to put it over there, and every time as a sub-branch you want to come in and do a dinner, it'll get subsidised out of that. So we can budget for it, account for it, and understand where the money's going. I'd love to be able to do that. But we continually keep shooting ourselves in the foot with other things that cost us incredible amounts of money that stop us being able to do things like that. So that's probably the holistic comment. So would we love to be able to do it? Absolutely. Can we do it right now? I don't think we can, and I think it would be irresponsible of us to direct the operations team to do that. So that's my view. Yes, mate, question.
Just a quick one for the accountant side of things. You've said that you're opening up to, or you've changed the liquor licence. Is the last couple, and that's for the last couple of months, is the income starting to reflect that?
No. I'm just going to say, I'm not even going to say, I just say no, it's not. And the reason is people don't know. So we're using things like networking events and everything else to advertise. We have a general tavern liquor licence downstairs. I would love for it to be open 5 nights a week and people doing sunset drinks up on level 7, like perfect. Like how good would that be? But at the moment, people don't know about it. We saw this with the opening of the function floors a couple of years ago. People didn't know about it. Now people know about it. We're getting repeat bookings. People are booking for next year now. So we're doing it. We just ask for people's patience to be able to allow us to do it. It's taking some time. Would I have liked to be fixed now? No, it's not. So, yeah. But I think Bill knew I was going to say all of that.
Can I just add that with a couple of numbers?
Yeah, you can add that with as many numbers as you want, mate.
So the report from yesterday was in the same man hours, we did double the revenue. In the same amount, right? So in the 6 months that we've just done, yeah, absolutely. So the liquor licence was brought up at the advisory committee. Probably my first or second meeting of chairing that, which was back in 2021. And it's taken that long because of all the processes that you have to go through in order to change a liquor licence. And our old licence was so restrictive that it was never going to be successful. I then piggybacked that with the nature of what we signed up for here, which Duncan's just mentioned as well. And it's all intertwined. So we're seeing the progression, but yes, it takes time.
And indeed, we actually ask for everyone's support. And I know Anzac House isn't accessible to 95% of sub-branches, right? So I get that. But the more people that know what we do, the more people that come through the door, and the more non-veterans and non-members that we charge full price for. Don't get me wrong, we run discounted events for ex-service organisations, and we're indeed going to run, they're not discounted, they're cost covering. We're going to run cost covering events for military units as well, just to get people in the door. But I tell you what, we're not running cost covering exercise for FMG. They're getting full fee paying customers and clients. So we're trying really hard to do this. I'm happy to report, to find a way to report progress to people on where it's sitting and how it's going, but that's exactly where it's sitting right now. Yes, over in the corner, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for clarifying that last point and also bringing up the 20% discount, which some people may not have been aware of. But just in support of the Anzac Club, as part of the City of Perth sub-branch, we moved into this building when it opened up, and we've had great support from the club from the start, even to the point where the menu items was raised early on, and the items that are now classified as pub meals or counter meals, that was put on in response to our sub-branches' questions about the price of some of the meals, and could they be more accommodating. So we don't have any issues with what they're doing, and I tell you what, the food is very good.
Yeah, I don't think, and I know, and I'll just reinforce that with the crew from Highgate, that was not a reflection of the team in the Anzac House. It's the settings that go around it. I think we're all in violent agreement. The crew down there are doing an amazing job, and they've what was opened here a few years ago to where we are now is chalk and cheese. And I expect that with what we're doing now and increased emergent, I'll come back to that term I used last night, that there'll be increased patronage. So it's going well. It's not happening as fast as we want, and I'm more than happy to speak to the members at Highgate about that in more detail. And I'm also comfortable that we report progress back to the members more broadly. So, do we need to vote on that, Bill, or are you happy with that approach? Happy with that approach? Okay, we'll move on. What I'd like to do is there were some more matters for discussion here, and what I'm just going to run through each of these. We're not going to put them through the system at risk of getting lynched by the members. But these the Constitution Committee asked me to raise this with the membership only because, yes, they are bylaw changes, so the board can just crack on and do it, but we felt with the nature of these that we should raise it for discussion, and if there are any points of contention, then people can raise it. So we're looking at a new affiliate membership class, and so this is to broaden what we look at affiliate members. So we're a service-based organisation, and we should retain that as our core reason for being. Our job, indeed, is to attract more of the 62,000 veterans in Western Australia to be members of the League. But affiliates and affiliate members and affiliate sub-branches provide incredible service to us all. And so this is about expanding the number of affiliate membership classes we can have and providing some additional ways in which people can become members of the League. Noting that we are true to the core that we're a service-based organisation, do people have wild objections to us expanding the affiliate membership class to allow you to attract more affiliate members into your sub-branches? Is there any wild objections to that? Well, who? Yeah, so I think the class we're looking at defence employees, weren't we?
We're just after guidance, really. That the class is actually growing more and more and more anyway, as you're probably well aware.
Oh, can you jump on the microphone, please, mate, just so the people online can hear? All the deaf people.
Careful.
Well, the hard of hearing people.
Yeah, careful what you say.
The affiliate subcategory or category, as I'm sure you're well aware, has been expanding over the years, as well as a relative of anyone who could in the past have been a member, could have been a past in the member. So that means pretty much most people have got a relative. You know, state, federal police, it started out clearly, and I'm new to this, it started out clearly as, I'm going to say paramilitary, but, you know, sort of first responder type people, federal police, ambulance, fire brigade, then state emergency, then prison officers, Australian Border Force, adult cadets, and as a result of a motion a couple of years ago, anyone in the medical profession, which I guess means physiotherapists, where does it stop? And it's now been suggested that should we now include Department of Defence public servants? And my question was, at what point do we stop, really? So Duncan wanted to raise it to get some guidance from you about where you want it to stop, or do you really want it just to keep going? I remind you also that an affiliate member does not have the same rights as a service member. It's subtle, but they don't have the same rights. And we deliberately, when we changed the rules about sub-branch disciplinary committees, did not extend the right for an affiliate member to hear a charge against a service member, which I know some people have objected to. They've said, well, they're a member, they're an affiliate, why can't they? The answer was, we're like an airline. We've got, you know, platinum, gold, silver, bronze level members. And we've always felt that a service member, because we're a service organisation, is the premier member of a service organisation. That's the stance we've come from. I guess what we're really asking, and Duncan said it, is do you want us to keep close stewardship of how we extend that, or do you want us to keep extending it as people come up with an idea about what should be included? That's really it. I'm not getting you to vote now on whether we allow public servants in the Department of Defence, because where does that stop either? Is it a contractor, blah, blah, blah? Just your guidance on it really is what we're after.
So just looking out at some of the reactions in the room in front of me, I'm going to suggest that people are not comfortable with us continuing to expand, and we focus on our core business as service members. And then, to your point, true affiliates. So those that are directly affiliated with those that have served. So I think that was the original intention of what the affiliate member was. So that would be wives, families, partners, direct descendants.
It was.
So that's the vibe I'm picking up from the room, and I'm incredibly comfortable to go on that. Michael, yeah. Oh, sorry, we've got a question over here. Phil?
Yeah, hi, Jo Wilson from Service Women's. I completely agree with what you're saying, but I do know that there has definitely been, this has been a discussion point with the Poppy ladies.
Yes.
And of course, some of them do not have any of those defence associations or relatives or anything like that, but they are actually almost a part of RSL heritage now. So I think the question would be, where do those sorts of people sit?
Yeah,
There
and
is
I
a
think
social-
I think we just to steal Phil's thunder, we nationally they're looking at membership classes around like nationally to try and standardise it. I think they need to fit somewhere because people like that do incredible work for us all, and they shouldn't, by virtue of a badge or a name or a title, feel excluded. So don't want to do that. But how that happens at the moment, whether it's a social member, whether it's an honorary member, I don't know what that looks like. But yeah, the bottom line is they should be included. I don't know how we fix that problem.
And I think a number of sub-branches had forgotten that we have a social member category. We're trying to get these tidied up because the Rules Act, the Constitution, lists a couple of membership classes that aren't mentioned in the bylaws and vice versa. We're tidying all that up to remind you front and centre. And I heard even today that people are now, in fact, Mount Lawley Inglewood are using the social member category much more. And it would be worth exploring the honorary member category. It's probably very generous in how you become an honorary member. I'd have to go back and quickly read it. And that might be well what you extended to those people so that they're an honorary member of the RSL, effectively. I'd have to check it to make sure, but I'm sure you'd be able to find a category.
The objective is they're included.
Yeah.
And feel included. Michael, you jump up to a mic, please, mate. Excellent. Yep.
Mike Page, Highgate. I think this is important enough to be raised and resolved at national level, partly because interoperability and mobility of members, RSL members moving over to different states and vice versa, etc. So there should be some conformity. If WA introduces a different level, or different criteria to a variety of membership states, we would be creating some problems for people moving into or us moving over to the eastern states.
In absolute violent agreement, mate, and that's the basis of my hesitation behind making sort of bold steps here, is what we're doing nationally, which I alluded to this morning, was the members need to define the board. We're actually going to review the objects of the National Constitution. When you review the objects in the National Constitution, you then get a view of membership classes, and it all sort of flows on, but we need to do the first bit first. So that's my hesitation. What I'm acutely aware of is, in the meantime, discussions about membership classes inadvertently offend or upset people who are related to the RSL and who've been doing great work for so many years. And so that's not what we're not seeking to achieve. I think there's one over in the back from Canning Districts.
Yeah, Brett Cairns, Canning Districts. With a new membership database we've got open, can we find out the number of affiliates who aren't ex-service members, wives, husbands and that?
Oh, mate, I'm looking at the COO for help here, and he's looking at me like, help. That's probably a pretty good question. Do you have an answer to that, Dan, or is that something we need to take on notice? Eventually, but not immediately is the answer, mate. So it's going to be one of those ones. Yep, question at the front from our friends at York.
One of the things I believe we've got to be very cautious of is a small sub-branch, half a dozen members, starts to open itself up to all and sundry, and all and sundry decide to say, well, come on, we're keeping this place going, we want some say in what's going, and they start bidding for secretary, treasurer, president, and before you end up like the sub-branches in the eastern states. We went down to Phillip Island, Western Australians, we don't want you in here.
Yeah, no.
Simply because you're not members of this sub-branch, this club.
Yeah. So
just be well aware.
On your first point, in absolute violent agreement, that's why we worked really hard with the affiliate sub-branch approach to somewhat close off sub-branches that are predominantly affiliate and maybe committee members are predominantly affiliate, having a vote on matters that affect the league and an inherently service-based organisation. So acutely aware of that and very comfortable to keep that very, very tight. On the mobility issue is simply not going to fix itself overnight. That's a 5 or a 10 year problem, if I'm be honest. Some of the stuff going on in the East Coast is mind-bendingly bizarre, and what some of the sub-branches are doing is interesting. So yeah, but onto your first point, acutely aware and incredibly protective of this being a service-based organisation at our very core.
But you might recall, though, that we were very concerned that some small country towns, and this was Wayne Gibson's point 2 years ago, might risk losing the RSL brand if we didn't allow the affiliate sub-branch category to exist. So we did create that. We haven't gotten it yet, but it is there just so the brand doesn't disappear, remembering, and I hate to say it, but the affiliate member is a bronze or silver level member. They're not a gold or platinum level member. So they have got restricted access to, well, frankly, Congress for a start. And it was for that reason that we did allow the State Board of Directors to consider an application from any of you to make an applicant an affiliate member. For example, we might decide, dare I say, that the principal of a small country town might be very appropriate to be the president of an affiliate sub-branch. At the moment, teachers aren't in the category of affiliate members, so they could apply, or someone could apply on their behalf, and they might be given that particular affiliate membership status so that that sub-branch at East Widgie-Maltha could survive until it builds up again. Anyway,
so the heart of all of this is keeping that badge and that light on in as many different places as we can, because until we do a concerted whole of organisation membership effort, we need that structure there. So that's why we've done it. And teachers, on that point, at risk of offending Phil and a few other teachers in the room, they're a great category to help sub-branches. They get all those holidays each year. Anyway, moving right along. The next one is the bylaws around sub-branch penalties. What's become apparent after a few matters that have arisen in the league in the last 12 months is there is the penalty to pause or to not allow people to serve on committees is not able to be influenced by sub-branches, and that's held at the State Branch Tribunal. What then happens is that if someone's offence in a sub-branch that's found by a sub-branch disciplinary committee to have made an offence, the threshold to apply, and that let's call that offence integrity based, so lying. You don't really want people who lie to sit on sub-branch committees. That offence is held at the State Branch Tribunal. The threshold to get the State Branch Tribunal to uphold that penalty is much higher than what it is at a sub-branch. So what we're proposing is that we're going to increase or broaden the imposition of that penalty to a particular sub-branch. So let's call it Belmont, because I'm looking at Alan. Alan's in trouble. Alan goes in front of his disciplinary committee for an offence that's sort of integrity-based, and people don't want him back on the committee again. The sub-branch will be able to have that finding for their sub-branch only, but it doesn't preclude that happening in another sub-branch. If it's to extend past sub-branches or across the league, or indeed as a director of RSL WA, that's a matter for the State Tribunal, and it should be held at that level. So that's the intention of that, is to broaden the powers of penalty at the sub-branch level. So you can actually determine what's best for your sub-branch, particularly with people recalcitrants who may have been on the committee, and now off the committee, they behave badly, and you go, look, we just don't want you back on the committee again. We want you in the sub-branch, but we need to rule a line under this. So that's what we're seeking to do. Any wild objections with that approach?
Yeah, again, it's really your guidance on whether you want more in the 24-22 section on penalties for breaches of discipline, and that's an example of that. Because again, whilst many of you sailed through with very calm waters, a number of sub-branches are experiencing interpersonal issues that they're needing to deal with by disciplinary procedures, and it has been felt, the feedback has been, they need a bit more at the sub-branch level by way of a penalty. Is really the feedback we're getting from a number of sub-branches, which is the point of Duncan's question.
Is there a review authority for those?
The review authority. So the review authority of any sub-branch disciplinary committee is a state tribunal. So there's always a safety net for members. So if indeed things go awry, there is a review process there. But at the moment, there's probably a shortfall in what sub-branches can do to help manage their sub-branches the way they need to be managed. I'm not, because it's getting late, so there's not going to be too much objection here, so I'll move right on. The last one, I'm not going to cover in any more detail, but really what we're seeking to do by this is to essentially enable sub-branch disciplinary committees, when they're holding disciplinary hearings, to write to the registrar and seek support from the state tribunal. And that allows two things. One, it gets our state tribunal members into sub-branches, which I think is great. Two, it sort of gives a bit more oomph to the disciplinary committee. And three, that state tribunal member would not be involved in any appeal process later on. So it's really just formalising that in the bylaws. So unless there's any objection to that, we'll continue down that line as well. All right, brilliant. Thank Phil.
Could I have a 1-minute advertisement? Just okay, I won't tell you then. I'm not going to tell you what we're doing.
So what we're going to do, that's the matters for discussion. What I would like to do is, I know there are some matters from general business because Zoe approached me in the break. So I'd like to invite Zoe forward first for her matters of general business, and then any other matters for general business. Then we'll move on to the election and close the meeting out, please.
Okay, I'll keep it short because I want to be here too. So I'm from the Pidgley sub-branch. I'm new as treasurer. I just stepped in November. Now, as it stands, Pidgley does not own the RSL sub-hall. We don't actually have a place to hold our meetings. We have to actually apply to hold a RSL meeting at the RSL hall. Now, we found out that the lease for this is going up for tender at the end of next January. And we as a RSL have 20 members, which nearly folded at the end of last year. Same issue in Narrogin. Narrogin folded because it had no members. I've been approached by a few members of the Narrogin community as the secretary for Pidgley, saying that they want to try and get this up and going again. But I run into the same problem with our Soldiers Memorial Hall is also owned by the council. Now, the issue with both of these is these are both 100+ old year buildings and they've all fallen into a state of disrepair. So I'm asking if we can get help. If we can get help to get Narrogin going again, and if we can get help to get these buildings back in our names again.
So the answer is yes. We'll do anything we can to help, particularly with re-raising the Narrogin sub-branch. With respect to ownership of the buildings, as you've sort of gathered today, that's a bit challenging. But there is a state government $4 million fund which has, I think, up to $200,000 per sub-branch that can be allocated against repairs and maintenance. So is there a way that we can apply, help you get applied for that against those challenges? Yes, there is. And as far as advertising and support to re-raise Narrogin, do anything we can to help.
Fantastic. That brings me to my last bit. It's a bit more positive note. In Keogh, there is a herd of whalers that have all been DNA tested, and they are direct descendants of the World War I whalers from the Light Horse. Now, there is a horse stud in Dumbleyung that is working hard to save these horses from being shot and rehoming them and retraining them. I myself own one of these whalers as well. She has just sold 4 of these whalers to a veteran charity over east called Horses and Heroes. I'd like to put it to the committee if there's something we can do to help preserve this history, the lineage of these horses.
Yeah, I think the answer is there's a natural intersection between the history of the whaler and all that stands for, between equine therapy and the proven benefits of equine therapy. There's already an organisation doing it. So if we're not partnering with them and exploring options about how to do this with support from state government and other people, we would be mad. So very, very happy to look into it. I don't know what it looks like, but there must be something we can do there.
All right, thank you.
Also a West Australian Tenth-Line Horse Organisation. They're the reenactors around the place.
Yeah, I know.
They can't give their right arm to have it, but
Yep.
they haven't got any money though.
So we'll move on from whalers, please.
I will come and talk to you about that separately.
Excellent. Great. And welcome and thank you. Arthur, general business, microphone please.
I was just going to support the lady there. I'm actually involved. I did the course in America on equine therapy, and I've been trying to get it up and running here for the last 10 years. I asked DVA to support it, and they said no. So if she wants to come and talk to me afterwards, I am more than happy to discuss it with her.
Yep.
And I'm sure we can come to some arrangement.
Yeah, I've done it before.
Yeah. Any other points of general business that anyone wishes to raise? There's one. John, behave yourself. You're a trustee.
Jeanette Bernard, President, Northern Branch. Advocates.
Yep.
Our members are missing out. We've had one member who has rung his advocate 3 times a week for the last 2 weeks and 3 weeks, and all he gets is straight to voicemail. Now, if he was one that was on the edge, that could have been absolutely fatal.
Yep. So, firstly, I'd encourage you to have a chat to Dan over in the corner straight after this, and let's solve that one problem. So let's fix that.
Yep, okay.
But the broader question you ask is, we need more, and they can do more. Couldn't agree more with you. As Arthur knows, the challenge of training up professional, well-trained advocates is not insignificant. And as outlined this morning by the Minister, the change to the system is going to cause all sorts of problems. I would love for us to have double the number of advocates working downstairs. I'd love for us to have the money to be able to pay for it, and I'd love for us to be able to recruit enough people to do it. And I'd love to have a pipeline of them coming through.
Yeah.
It's an incredibly difficult problem to solve. What we all have to do in between that, in between then and now, is just fight those spot fires and work together and cooperate, because that's the only way we're going to get it done in the short term. It's the best answer to the question I've got.
Another massive problem with developing advocates is 70% of the training has to be on-the-job training.
Yes,
now,
with mentors.
Absolutely. That doesn't help those of us out in the regional areas.
No,
it just can't be done. So
yep.
That's a problem that needs to be addressed.
Yep. Yes. Is the best answer I have. Are there any other matters of general business? Jane?
Hi. So there are 3 of us here. Just apparently I talk a lot.
It was the same last year, Jane.
It was. And same person. I've got a question about grant funding and the grant funding that we apply for as sub-branches, but if it's larger amounts of money, which is not necessarily a huge amount of money, has to come through you.
Yep.
Lotteries West would be a great example. Why do we have to wait until we have paid for the event, acquitted it, and then send it to you, and then you, as in RSL WA, and then wait another further month or so to get the funding back when we applied for the money and we were granted that money?
Yeah,
we have to wait.
So the 2 answers to that question, why you can't do it is around incorporated clubs and the risk that incorporated clubs pose to the league. So that's something that I can't see this board won't change its mind on, and I doubt any future board will, because of the risks that we're seeing play out on the East Coast right now with incorporated clubs. With respect to grant funding, an action item out of the board meeting yesterday is for myself, CEO and Jerry to meet with Lotteries West to say, hey, what's a better way for us to be able to do this? So the $1.9 million for Anzac Day, RSL WA cash flows that. We have to. So we're caught between a rock and a hard place, whereas we've got a whole lot of expense going out. People asking, I think there was a security company that wanted to be paid 4 weeks in advance of doing the job. They wanted the full amount. And you go, that's ridiculous. Like, we haven't even got the money yet. So we need to meet with Lotteries West to say, hey, is there a different way that we can do this? Because at the moment, it's causing a whole lot of issues, not only for us, but also for you guys. That's the best answer I've got, but it's not that we're holding on to it. It's we don't have it, and we're trying to cash flow it as well. So it's a big problem. And it's a big chunk of money, particularly that one. That's the easiest example because it's a big chunk and it happens like that. So, Barry.
Barry Esberg, chaplain RSL here, along with about 30 others spread around our state. One of the things that's becoming more and more apparent is funerals. And I raise this because I've done quite a number of funerals in the last 6 months of people in the Vietnam era. And of course we know that's an ageing demographic. What I'm also finding is that a lot of the undertakers and indeed the civil celebrants and others who are taking funerals for veterans just don't know what to do. So I'm spending a fair bit of my time educating people as well. And we have a very simple format for a funeral for a veteran. So I encourage you in your sub-branches, if you've got a chaplain, talk to them about what that looks like. And by all means, give me a call and we can work through things. And if we are available to conduct a funeral for a veteran, as a chaplains within RSL, we're very happy to do that. But mostly, if you've got a question, don't be afraid to ask.
No, great free advertisement, Barry. And the work, no, I'm serious, because the work the chaplains are doing here in WA is incredible, and it is best practice in Australia. What I will offer is if we can get that guide of how to do that, and we'll put it not only in the toolbox, but we'll send it out in the sub-branch signal so everyone has that. And then when, not if, but when this occurs, you've got that at hand, and we can keep doing it, and I'm sure Barry would be happy to help with that. So, no, great, mate. Yeah, no, I'm getting the wrap up from the CEO at the back of the room. Is there any other pressing matters here? So what I'll propose to do now is I'm going to invite those directors that are up for election to please take their seats. I think it's just Roy and Dave.
And me. Yeah.
To take their seats with the members. I'm then going to invite Pam, the returning officer, to come forward and announce the outcome of the election. At the moment, we have Michaela is not here. She's at the Noosa Triathlon because she's mad. And Trent, as a participant, mind you, and Trent is currently in PNG for work. So 2 of the candidates are not here, but it will get announced nonetheless. So invite Pam to come forward, please.
All right, well, thank you, Chair. As introduced, my name is Pam, and I'm the duly appointed independent returning officer for the 2025 RSL WA board election. So in accordance with the rules of RSL WA, I declare the following person elected to the one contested position of Vice President for a 4-year term, and that is Michaela Riley. Right. Now, on to the board directors. I declare the following candidates who have been elected to the 3 positions as board directors for 4-year terms, and they are David Thomas, Stephen Mott, and Roy Mellon. I've confirmed the accuracy of the count and compliance with the process, and I'd like to thank you all. Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Steve, come forward, mate. We'll find you a chair. Roy, you can come back. Congratulations or commiserations, I'm not sure. And David, you're always welcome around the board table, mate. See if you would like to come back and join us, and we'll wrap the meeting up. Oh, sorry, Dave Thomas OAM. He hasn't reminded me yet today. But we should congratulate David for that. Here, you have my chair, mate. So in bringing today's annual general meeting to a close, I want to do a few things. Firstly, we have the state president of the CWA with us, and I would like to recognise the state president of the CWA, a fellow amazing, a leader of an institution here in Western Australia, and really looking forward to working with the CWA, not only for Anzac Biscuits on Anzac Day, but more importantly, how the two organisations can learn off each other as two institutions as part of our national fabric. So Felicity, thank you very much, and you're always welcome. The next thing I'd like to do is I'd like to recognise an outgoing board member, Trent Mongan. Trent is not here today, and I know that Trent will be upset by the outcome of this election. However, we cannot set to one side the incredibly positive impact that Trent has had on the league in the last couple of years. He has worked tirelessly to protect this organisation. He has worked tirelessly behind the scenes, providing hundreds of hours of professional legal support and advice to RSL WA. And he has worked tirelessly to somewhat pull together this thing called commemorations and the commemorations committee, because that in itself is a massive job. On behalf of the members and the board in absentia, and if Trent's still online, I would like to thank Trent for his service and invite the members to please put their hands together. Along with the operational team, we accept the areas for improvement today, and we will work on those. For the next 2 years, I want people to think about the following statement: culture eats strategy for breakfast. Culture eats strategy for breakfast. We can have the best plan in the world. We can have all of the right levers and all the right fancy consultancy buzzwords set up, ready to go. But if our culture is not right, it won't work. Underpinning culture is behaviour. And that's behaviour in sub-branches, that's behaviour between sub-branches and the state branch. Indeed, that's behaviour of the state branch down to sub-branches. So I'll take that as well. We collectively need to look inside ourselves and do a better job. What we're going to see in the coming 12 months is we'll see some refined processes and policies coming out of RSL WA around how we engage with each other. Snide remarks in emails, angry phone calls to the staff, angry phone calls from the staff to sub-branches, that's all behaviour that needs to stop. We simply can't do that anymore. Culture eats strategy for breakfast. I will be inviting the board, the registrar, the state tribunal, disciplinary subcommittees, and we need to work on this. And I know we can do a good job, and I know we will do a good job, but it will take some work. I'm looking forward to the next 12 months. We're incredibly well positioned inside Western Australia and Australia. You've heard this morning that Western Australia is seen as a leader nationally. There's going to be some positive changes at RSL Australia. There's an election for a new national president coming up. There are 3 candidates. One out of Queensland, AETV gent, very eminently qualified. Ray James, out of New South Wales, former state president. Let's just look at what's happening in New South Wales, but he's qualified to do the job. And Pete Tinley, here from Western Australia. Pete Tinley is our nomination. We nominated him, and we nominated him for the following reasons. His politics is very centre. Yes, he is a Labor politician, but he is a very reasonable, rational, sensible man. Sometimes he's funny. but he can walk both sides of the hall, which is absolutely critical for a national president. He is of the next generation, and I strongly feel that if we as a league nationally want to take a step, we need to do that, and starting with our national president is critical. So I'm looking forward to that election and that election process. It's always fascinating, but that will be happening in October this year. In October this year, you're going to see a new strategy from RSL Australia, and you're going to see funding that's going to flow with that. In the next 12 months, you're going to see the Middle East Area of Operations Scoping Study funded, and that will be done independent of government. And that can only benefit those in the room that have served in the Middle East, more broadly, the veteran population. What we will be asking of you in the next 12 months is for your assistance and support with a whole of organisation membership drive. Now, I don't know what that looks like yet. I'll take advice from our team up the back, and I'll stay out of their rice bowl, so to speak. But we will be doing that, and we will need your help. And it is our problem to fix. It's our problem that we own, but I'm confident that together we will do a great job. The next meeting is on the 27th of June, 2026. We have done that to give our ops team a bit more time, but also to balance the team for sub-branches. So that meeting is set. So you can put that in your calendar and lock it in. Now I'd like to invite the raffle. We've got the raffle? To come forward, please, and we'll draw the raffle. Because if we don't do that, and if we forget, I'll get in trouble. I've already been in enough trouble today.
The last time we had bears, we got bears. Someone went, there was 3 bears.
All right. Read it out. Here, you do it. Here, get Alan down there. Yeah, draw. I might be your ticket. Right, first winner. Faye Utting. I don't know. What did you say, Faye? You better come up and grab a bag. This is from the Australian Military Bank. An army bear. Good choice. Stephen O'Neill, Ellenbrook. Mr. David Thomas, OAM. Come and grab your teddy bear. All right, you'll get the one that's left. Come and grab your teddy bear, mate.
Thank you.
And give it a cuddle.
They scream when you hug them.
Oh, John Rolfe, who appointed you as a trustee? So at the next meeting on the 27th of June 2026, I'd like to congratulate those that are elected to the board. For those that don't know, Steve and I were very fortunate many moons ago to serve together, and it's great to see another sub-branch president on the board, because that sub-branch perspective is critical in making sure we make the best decisions for the league for many, many generations to come. So congratulations, Steve, Roy, commiserations, Dave. It's always fun. At that point, I declare the meeting closed. Thank you very much for your patience and support, and here's to a good rest of the day. Cheers.